Oh, what is going on, everybody? Today, we have something that I don't often like to do, but it's totally okay. Every once in a while, you're going to get something like this. This is an old window film removal. Actually, it might not even be all that old, but it's definitely bubbled. You can see it here and in the thumbnail. Look at that. Oh my God. Oh, it's so bad. So, the not so fun part is that they typically will flake off into tiny little pieces. Getting the tint off is going to be the most difficult part. So to do that, we have a steamer that is just baking the back right now. And the longer you leave that steamer on, the more moisture it introduces back into that really dried out window film. And it'll freshen it up a bit and hopefully make it a little bit easier to peel. Now, just because the film peels doesn't mean the glue is going to come off. So we also have this. This is awesome. You can find it at the dollar store. You can find it at, I believe, Home Depot and some other places. This is LA's Totally Awesome. This stuff works great for adhesive removal. You can also get a professional version called ATR. I highly recommend ATR as well, but if you're in a pinch and you need something that's just easily accessible, get this stuff. And then also, you're gonna need some Glass Safe scrub pads. So they have like blue Scotch-Brite ones that you can find locally too, if you need them. There's also these dealies by a company called Tri-Edge. If you want to go the more professional window tint route, they make special pads that just Velcro on, and then they're replaceable. This one's been on here for quite a while, so I have to dig through and find some newer pads. But this is going to be a two-part process where you remove all the film, you sit there, you pick every little flaky piece off, and then you have to spray it and scrub it and make sure all that glue is removed too. And after that, then you can actually tint it. So the removal is really going to take longer than the actual tint job itself. So that's not fun. That's never fun. Hi, guys. How you doing? How you doing? I'm getting addicted to your channel. Well, that's good. Adhesive failure. How long? On what brand? I have no idea. He bought the car used. It could go as far back as whatever year the car is. So anytime between there and now, we don't know. What we do know is that it is a cheap dyed film. I'll roll down the door windows and actually show you what it used to be and what it is now. Because it's very, yeah, you can't really see it right now. It's very brown, orangey. Yeah, some of them will fade purple, and then this one actually faded to like almost like a root beer color. Praise the mighty tint god. I wish I could just, like wish this off the car, but my powers are not any greater than anybody else's. What's the price for GeoShield's carbon window tint? I don't say their pricing. You can go to My Tint Stuff. Did it work? Okay. You can go to that link, and then you can make an account and find out. So yeah, this is gonna be kind of a long one. And this is gonna be, I don't know. I'm hoping. There's parts of this that is already really pieced off. It's pieced me off. Like down in the lower, I already left the steamer on there for a little while already, and have tried to peel some of it off to get a kind of a jump on it. But you can see, you're gonna see real quick how much fun this is. So much fun. So I guess we get to see the pain of a removal. Hopefully it just peels right off. Yeah, it's definitely not. Most of the removals here, up in the north, even if they're bubbled, they will generally come off in one piece. They usually aren't baked to the point where they're flaking off into tiny little pieces. It's pretty rare that I see them, but they still exist. If you're down south, this is going to be a lot more common for you. That's what she said. Yes, she did. I have double 5 over 20 on my sides. Is that too much? And I've had I've had 3 tickets in a month. I don't know. You tell me. Static clang. Wang bang. Thank you, Mang. Okay. So, you can see we have a nice coating of moisture on here now. And we open the sunroof, so all this can kind of just like flood out. But steamer, let it sit in the back window for an extended period of time. Taking out the headrest, making space is always nice. So the longer you leave this, the better. And that's gonna work on your side. So if you just throw the steamer, jump right in, start steaming it and trying to peel it, it's not gonna all come off in one piece. It was actually like right up here, it was flaking apart. You can see all this little like tears and stuff that I was trying to piece off. Yeah, that's what I started with. So now we're looking a hell of a lot better. This is good. This is what you want to see. Oh, and then it's only going to be a matter of time before you run into these little tears and stuff like that. So you have to go slow and just let that basically almost fall off by itself, just with like a little tugging. But trust me, if you have a full schedule and you get something like this, just walking in, like, you know, he's just had window tint on the schedule and he's like, yo, dude, I have window tint on here. Is that going to be a problem? You need to make time for something like this. You need to make a lot of time. There's a good amount of tint shops that could potentially turn something like this down this time of year, too. But this isn't anybody's fault. I guess the original owner is at fault here because he went with a cheap film. So this is what cheap film does. This is actually going to cost, one, it's kind of dangerous to drive with because you can't see out of your back window anymore. So if this was like on your windshield, that would be even worse. The whole thing's going to blur out. I charged on this one. I charged $160. So I bumped up my removal prices to $200 for most sides and back window, and then the windshield would obviously be extra. However, he was one of the OG people that came into the studio, so we knocked a little bit off for that. I just didn't want to beat him up too bad, but this is definitely going to take time. Let me put this on a towel. So, this steamer here, this isn't anything crazy. This was about $60 from Walmart. It's a steam fast one. I had a Shark steamer. The Shark. It was a Shark steamer, not Stark. So the Shark steamer that I had, that lasted about 2 to 3 years, which is great I paid $50 for it. I went to go find another one in store and they didn't have one, so this was what they had available. I think it works faster, but this tank likes to not lock or anything, so it just kind of like falls off, so. Yay. The smell. I'm sure you guys can smell this right now. Treat your customers good and they'll keep coming back. Yes, exactly. The part that I hesitated on was like, well, if he's going to keep bringing removals, I don't know. Yes. That old adhesive smell is oh so healthy for you, I'm sure. So I'm glad I got a little jump on it. So this is what it used to be. You can see the dark edges with the dots. You can see all the lines. That is actually not the defrosters falling off. That's just what it used to look like. And that has how much it's faded. So it's possible that it could rip the defroster lines off with it. But it's not what's happening right now. So at the end of this, what we're hoping for we're gonna try and turn this around and keep that water going because I think it's pointed wrong. Keeping the steam on there is crucial. How do you keep clay bars nice? Yeah, they do stick to those cases. From what I've seen, every plastic clay bar will stick to... not plastic, sorry. Every clay bar will stick to the plastic case. Best I figured is you can take actually a piece of window tint and you stick it to the top and the bottom. Or I put them in a little metal food jar. I keep them wrapped in like a damp towel. Any one of those will work pretty well. Yeah, I wish they didn't stick to those cases as much. I've left a little water in there, but after too long it dries out. Yeah, so the thing about this steamer too is if it's angled wrong, it needs to be flat. It was a little angled and I wasn't getting any more water going to the element. We need steam. Steam is power. So, you know, when that chills back out, the film will just start to lock back up to the window. We need to keep it hot. The nice thing that I'm noticing about this too is as you keep the heat on there, it really loosens from this glue. So that'll help in like some of these lower edges here where you can basically push the rubber of like the steamer against the tint and kind of like peel it off that way. So some of this, like if you have a third brake light in the way, oh man, I don't even know. Removing the full deck lid, yay, not something that I want to figure out how to do on this. But we should be okay. But these spots in here, that one, that one, that one, those are already flaked off. You need to get a Jiffy. I've used Jiffies. They'll put out a little bit more steam. I haven't liked them any better though. Especially the big metal end on it. What I'll end up doing is want to cut it off, but they're a little bit more expensive, so. These little ones actually put out quite a bit of steam. If it was hot, you could have bagged it in the sun. Yeah, but you know, up here you gotta count on a good amount of the year not being able to do that. Like a good amount of the year you can't do that. That was always what was so funny. It's like, people would ask about tint removals, and they would say, just bag it and leave it out in the sun. And it's like, fuck you, dude. I don't have sun. I so pale. So you need a guaranteed solution that works year-round. Steamer. The Wagner steamer? Interesting. I have not actually looked into steamer tech in quite a little while here, but you still can get away with using basically any steamer. It's just patience. Does the glue come off? Not on a job like this. So so on this one, yeah, it's just gonna be a big pain. removal, it's like this is why I changed my removal rate to an hourly rate. Oh, for sure. I don't blame you at all. So we're basically working on getting the film off, and then we can spray down the glue with an adhesive remover. Getting the film off is always the biggest challenge. So Michigan removals, like I said at the beginning, they're not really this bad, and this isn't even as bad as they get down south. You'll have ones that are purple and so brittle and flaky. This one is actually holding together enough to where if it's hot enough, it'll start to peel as one piece. That is really good to see. We don't have to scrape the back window. Move aside, Thor. Ah, yeah. So you just gotta go really delicate with it. Leave the steam on there for a little while. Let that sucker get hot. Maybe free up some more space. Ooh. Yeah, so I had this removal out of Texas. We just replaced the back window for him. There was no way around that one. It was like, look, either we charge you for taking out the deck lid, scraping your whole back window, or you just get the back glass replaced with fresh new glass, and it'll just be way better for everybody. That was at the glass shop. There was no way we were set up to just handle something like that in the time that we had. Okay, so that bottom is behind the speaker is not going to be super fun, because that is going to be the hardest to, like, if it starts ripping apart just like that, which it's going to. It's just getting the right angle on it. Everything else up top, so much easier. Is this old GeoShield film? Ah, you're banned. JK. No, I have no idea. I can tell you it's dye. It's 100% dyed film, which doesn't mean it's bad. It just means that it's cheap dyed film. The cheapest type of film is dyed film, and then even dyed films, you can get good dyes and you can get bad dyes. This is the root beer special. How old? It's got it, you know, it could be as much as like 6 or 7, and it could be as little as probably like 3. I've seen films like this that haven't been on for very long. Within like 2 or 3 years, they can turn this bad easily. Like, you can have film go bad in 6 months to a year, no problem. But to fade this much, it's definitely decently old. We'll get a better look once we get it off the back window, but, like, here. Let me show you guys here. Look at that. Look, see, that's what it used to be up here, and then that's the dye lines, all blocked. Burn the car? Sounds like a good plan. Doing a Model 3 today? Ooh, good luck. Ow. Ow, ow, ow. Just blade it, but we already did this much. We don't need to. I scheduled, like, this is my job for today. It's been really busy, and I wanted to kind of just chill out on stream, so we're gonna just be spending our time doing a long removal today and retint. It'll be fun. For you guys, less for me. It really, like, it really hasn't been that long for this back window yet. It's tedious, but I've had worse. A glove would help with the heat. It would. But we like a little torture every once in a while, right? Just like singe the tips of your fingers with hot water all day. I don't know if I'll buy the Wagner steamer after today. I'll look it up, though. When are you restocking blades and clay bars? Well, the clay bars I'm trying to get as soon as I can. I got 4 distributors wanting more rolls and clay bars. And they're just really tough for me to get right now. They've been on the way for a while. Singes my fingers. We're just gonna let that sit for a minute. This is what you get with a $99 tint job. Absolutely. You get this much pain. For sure. I needed a sip of coffee. So this is what it looks like right now. And as you can see, it's not exactly looking super great. The glue is being left behind. The tint is coming off. So you got to take that adhesive remover and melt the rest of that glue. Ow. Sometimes your film will also delaminate. So some of you guys going to do removals that have never done a removal, sweet Lord, you'll go to peel the film and it'll all come off in one sheet and you'll be like, yay, but what you actually did was peel off the tinted layer and you left the clear layer, and the clear layer is way more brittle. So we're gonna just try and scooch. See that? That's nice. How much should this cost? However much you value your time. And your fingertips. You did a Subaru? Yes, we did. And he brought me another present. I want to say we had to remove tint on that too. Maybe I'm wrong. I have to look. We have the video. So, guys, if you go back on the channel, one of the first live streams out of the studios was the Subaru rear half. I forgot if we did a removal on that before. So this top is definitely a lot flatter, and it's coming off way easier. Oh, that's glue right there. There's a little bit of clear, but I didn't do the removal on the channel, but there was one I remember. Maybe it was an Audi. It might have been an Audi that I had to do. Those little pieces. So they start to tear, and if you can get them just right, sometimes they'll catch back up. I'm actually really happy that this is the car that it is, because this could be easily way worse. We have room. Nothing bad about that. What steamer? So this is the Steam Fast. I bought it for 60 bucks. You don't need a crazy steamer. The other recommended steamers, there's like the pod steamer, and then there's the Jiffy steamers. Jiffy steamers will put out more steam, more heat, but they have this big clunky wooden handle. And like, I don't want to spend $250 on it and then hack it off. So I've used a couple of Jiffy steamers. I've used the little one, and I've used the much bigger stone one. The stone one took forever to just kind of like heat up. I can appreciate them, I'm just not all that fond of them. Ooh, this is good. This is good. Look at that. We're getting a big piece now. Ow! Why'd I wear long sleeves for this? Okay. Patience. Patience is king right here. And... oh, it's tearing. It's tearing just a little bit. How long does this one take to heat up? It'll start spitting out steam within like 30 seconds. It's really quick. The thing I don't like about it is this. There's no lock on it. But that's the same with like with the smaller Jiffy steamer that does the same thing. The more heat, the better. Yeah, it's just like, if they have like a better attachment for it. So one thing I like to do, this had like a big plastic cloth attachment. I chopped it off because now I have this focused rubber hose. I can just shove this in the bottom and really bake it. And then it's also a little grippy. So you can just like sometimes work that steam and peel that. The Jiffy one's got a metal end, so it'll just scrape on the glass. This will kind of like, see, look at that. Look at that. That's not so bad. What if it comes off in 2 layers? Then just burn the car. Just burn the car down. We got lucky with the way this is coming off, though. Because some really flaky stuff isn't going to pry off like that. Yeah, I'm not saying the Jiffy steamers are bad. I just prefer something like this. So for this, we're charging $160. I've upped my removal costs to usually about $200 for the sides and the back, but he's a OG. So he's an OG from the studio. He was one of the first people that we had in, if not the first that we streamed. I don't remember. I have to look it up real quick, but so it's all good. Okay. We need more. More. just got tint. How long till I roll them down? It should only be like a couple of days. So like right now with it being kind of like iffy, I'll tell people like 3 or 4 days, but if they accidentally rolled them down today, everything will be okay. But whatever the shop told you, they should have told you something. If not, then just wait like 3 or 4 days. Sometimes I forget to say exactly. Ooh, this is good. We're getting there. Look at that. It was one of those things where I was wondering if I should even stream it. Because it's like, am I going to be sitting here scraping? Or is this actually going to peel off? It was a toss-up, but this is good. What tint should I buy to start with? Go check out Tint Depot. Tint Depot's got some awesome entry-level films, and they also have some higher quality ones too. They also got a really helpful chat support and some starter kits, so they can help you out with what you're looking for. Ooh, longest tint removal is 3 days? At that point, yeah, like if you flat quoted a price on that one, I would have gotten... I have no problem with going back on what I said a little bit for a removal. Because most of them here will peel off entirely. But if you get to the point where it's like, all right, hang on, let me check it out first. And it's just like, and just so baked that it's just flaking into tiny little pieces, no matter what, then at that point, you're scraping. No defrosters, you're scraping it, or you're replacing the back window. Still confused on what shrinking is? Well, we definitely talk about it pretty much every time we do it, but the idea of shrinking is your glass is curved, the film is flat, and you need to form that film to fit the window. So anytime you get those little white spear finger things popping up, that's the film telling you that it's still not curved to the window. Whoa! Super chat. Oh, what is that one? We're doing pretty well there, so we're gonna let that bake just for a second. Boss! Boss, what's up, buddy, with a 25? Holy shit, thank you. Maganda umaga, bro. Filipino. Plastic scraper attachment would perhaps make the removal a little easier, saves you from burning your hands as well. I actually took whatever cloth, like it was a cloth steamer, so I took the attachment and I hacked it off. There might be something out there, but I actually like having that small rubber hose. You can shove it down in those really tight brake lights and stuff, get a lot of steam. Thank you so much, though. That's a big one. I should translate this one. Is it time for the awesome yet? Almost. We're almost there. So, really, one thing I'll do is if it's a regular tint removal and it didn't take this much attention, I'll leave a steamer sitting back here and I'll work on the doors. But since this one's so flaky and you need to hold the steam pretty close and just give it that time, we're just kind of powering through it right now. But yeah, so this, it was a big plastic cloth steamer, and I just hacked it off. Because I like how close you can get to these bottoms, and it'll like squish up, and then that little rubber end actually will start to grab the film with enough pressure and start to like peel it. I don't get very many removals though. Removals is not something in my daily. So, hopefully this gives some... Whoa, the door just shut on me. Hopefully this gives some insight into what we do to get your old nasty cheap film off and replace it with something better. I mean, as much as I love to save money on things that I buy, window film is like deceptively cheap, but within a couple of years, you could easily be paying more to have the film removed and then retint it. So spending a little bit extra up front for a higher quality product, like, it's just, a lot of people don't realize sometimes the cost that you're in for a little bit down the road. Every cheap product can sometimes have that unforeseen cost. Like, most cheap things could break down quicker. This is how a cheap film will break down. So yeah, wherever you go, just warranties do matter. Shop reputation usually helps out for that, so you know whether or not you're gonna get screwed down the road. So even if they say it has a lifetime warranty, like, what does that really mean for you as a customer? Or you just sell the car to somebody else and then they're covering the cost of a removal. Oh, we're getting close. Oh, we're getting so close. It all comes back to that brake light. There's this little bit right here. It's coming off though. So if I can grab that, like, that underneath. Somebody said maybe old Suntech. Yeah, sure, it could be. What I would think is more likely is just some unknown film brand. I wouldn't put that on, like, Suntech or anybody specifically without knowing for sure. Look at that. Oh, it almost looks pretty. So we got just a little bit left. Most of it is off. But every piece matters. If you have one teeny tiny little piece of shit under here, like right there, it's hard to see. If you get any of those pieces under your film, it's it's an immediate redo. It looks like seaweed. Camera film. Yeah, it does. It's like got this weirdo root beer color to it. So, brake lights especially, you can imagine that plastic enclosure, and then whatever's baked behind it, like, so the whole deck lid would have to be removed if I didn't have this little end that I can just shove in there. But once it's all clean, we should be all good. Looks like it's off. Couple little ones here, little one here. That there. So let's take an old bulldozer actually. No, there's no way I would put this on any particular film brand. You don't know. What you do know is that it's dyed. I can show that for sure. So, see that lovely color here? Let me grab the key here. This door likes to close itself. Where's my... So you can also, in the right light, you can see this band here. So a quick way to tell if your film is faded is on the doors, you always have that part that's stuck up in the seal. Just roll it down and really look at the top. You'll see that fade with the rest of the film, but this also has added sun visors. So, and likely the back windows get used a lot less than the front. So you can see all in here. This is what it used to look like, and then this is what it is now. It almost matches the paint, which may be a good thing or not. Probably not. How long is it going to take you to remove the whole car? That's a good question. I'm not entirely sure. So we're just doing the best we can, and then we'll find out pretty soon what the door removal is going to be like. You don't know until you start trying to peel it. So once you get partway through, what's for lunch? We actually have a McGriddle. It's gonna be cold. Oh yeah, that didn't look like tint, but that is right there. Oh, just a little bit. Where's my old bulldozer? Aha! Gotcha. Are you gonna use a plastic blade? No, we're gonna use scrub pads and adhesive remover. So there's that. That looks like we should be pretty good. Probably just loose pieces clinging to the glue. If they're still stuck to the glass, we'll really be able to tell after the fact. I like ATR. I just don't have any on hand. So if you, like me, don't have any ATR on hand, man, I'd hate to use this towel for this, but, you know, sometimes it's what's available. Dang, these are such nice towels. Ugh. Did that happen because they didn't use lubricant? No, it's just cheap film. Woo! Don't breathe this stuff. Okay, so now I gotta grab, where's my new scrub pads? I know I had them somewhere. Maybe we don't need them. But, so one of these dudes right here is gonna be really helpful. So this is like the bulldozer that we were using, but it's got a Velcro thing on it, so you can put the scrub pads on it, and then you can scrub a lot lower. So just like with the, the steamer, the longer you let this stuff sit on there, the better. Slow and furious? No, slow and chill. These are all the spots where those bubbles were really bad. These seem to be taking a little bit longer, but that's okay. Not too shabby. It's already looking a lot more clear than it was before. What film is he gonna get? Another dyed film. Well, we're going to be using a better film. Should have soaked it with ammonia in a garbage bag. Sounds fun. The GeoShield dye won't fade? No. So the main difference there is, you guys will hear me say color stable a lot. There's different levels of film warranties. And a color stable window film is going to carry, basically it guarantees that the coloring on the film is to be the same. So some lifetime warranties will not cover color change. So your film could be nice and new and then fade to like an ugly green or something. And then that's not under the warranty, even though you have a lifetime warranty. So shops don't always realize that. But that is what it is. You know, whenever a shop has to retint your car, it's costing them a lot of time and money. So the warranties are supposed to be back through a company, the manufacturer of the film. Some of them cover the labor, some of them do not. The ammonia method takes longer. Yeah, this isn't exactly fast. I've heard of like a lot of different ways to remove film. Generally, most people will say bag it and put it outside. The unfortunate part with being in a colder state is we don't have sunshine. So a good amount of the year you can't rely on that. So I always needed to just go to something that worked. So steam it, adhesive remover, defroster safe scrub pads, and that elbow grease will get you far. Goo Gone works well. I don't know. I had somebody bring Goo Gone windows in, and it wasn't exactly a good time. The Goo Gone got in the seals, so maybe on just the back window, but I wouldn't use them on the doors. Same thing for the adhesive remover. We're not going to be using the adhesive remover on the doors. Whew. So we still have some, especially down here. It's coming off, but it definitely takes some love. Why am I watching this? I have an exam. Scrubbing with defrosters isn't, or scrubbing with a scrub pad isn't that safe? I've never had it mess up defrosters. If a defroster is going to go, it's going to be pretty quick. These ones are still very much intact. Why not take off the panel? This goes to one of my not super fun skill sets. I tend to leave everything together. So it would be a lot of extra effort to try and take the paneling apart. We can get to it. It's not exactly fun, but we can. So we're just gonna clean some of this off. We'll give it a good visual inspection. We definitely need more to be removed, but I'm looking for like the orangey bits too that still might be stuck. Most of the top is pretty good. I'd get frustrated halfway through and break the window. I don't blame you. This one's not bad. Scrub, scrub here, scrub, scrub there. Is this a Mitsubishi? No, this is a Civic. So we got one right here. There we go. Yeah, that locks up real bad. Just teeny tiny little pieces. I feel like we're getting close. How long have we been streaming for? That's about as long as I've been doing a removal for. Sharpen the paddle. Nah, it just needs some good scrubbing. 52. Woo. Alrighty. Gonna let this sit on here for a little bit longer. We're doing good. Good, that's off. Just making sure. So I'm not seeing any down here. The lower corners, the lower bits, those are the ones that is easily missed though the most. This is looking really good though. We've done good work here. How long did it take you to get tinning down? It was honestly, like, it was already my job from like almost day one that so I was at a shop and they asked me if I want to learn how to tint. And they had me tint alongside a guy that was teaching me, so quite a bit. It was really like a year where I felt competent in most situations, but I mean, shit, if you can pull in a job and do a halfway decent job, it doesn't matter how long it takes, just as long as it looks good in the end. You want it to take less time, and you'll work towards it, but you know what I mean? It just takes a lot of time and patience. Oh, everybody's got cheap film. One way or another. But this is what you're going to be dealing with. So, if you're a shop, don't go for the cheapest shit that's out there. This is what you'll be replacing for your customers in a couple of years. That's where you really lose it. You'll lose a lot of money down the road. Use something a little better. Oh, baby. I think we're good. This, to me, looks like it's done. manufacturers only sell to shops? Well, because it's that business relationship. You can still get quality kits out there. So I have good film on my site too. GeoShield's available there if you're interested, but it's generally like window tinting is one of those things where an average consumer is going to go through a lot just to do their own car, and at that point you might as well become a tinter. So there's just not a high demand from regular people per se, because there's that big barrier in the way. So most people will end up cheaping out on film and go through a bunch of it to get their car tinted. But you can definitely get good film without being a shop. Free market should allow rolls to be purchased instead of labor. Oh, well, it is. Like, it's out there. Like I said, my site, I have it. It's just not a huge demand for it. So it is available. You're not going to find it on places like Amazon and eBay, though. Because film companies don't have the margin to do that. A lot of logistics involved in window film. I had a GM at a dealership say he could do it, so I let him try and do a door window. He had a lot of respect for it after that. That's great. I really appreciate that. People get one opinion of it until they try it, and then they really can see like all the little tedious annoyances about it, and then a lot of them just like, no, I'm good. You have it. But as long as they kind of like learn, willing to realize that there's a little bit more to it, that's great. Because then they're more understanding about what you're trying to do. And it's like, people always think you're trying to get one over on them. It's not always the case. So even like vinyl and stuff like that, if you use like a really inexpensive vinyl to wrap your stuff, it'll do the same thing as cheap window film. This looks good. This is good. Whew. Tinting is an art, just like painting cars. I agree. All those skills, they have stuff that it's just, you wouldn't necessarily think of. All right. Now more fun window tint removal. So let's kick this back on. This has been sitting for a minute. How's the wrap on the roof of it? They did a good job. They the client actually wrapped it with his friend, and they haven't really wrapped roofs before. So it turned out nice though. Overall, like everything looks pretty good. There's like, you know, a couple if you look really close and stuff, but oh yeah, we're removing the whole car. This was just the back window. We still got doors to do. Do you ship internationally? I do. It's just a little expensive. How much for the removal and the full car? Well, not as much on the removal. Woo! Oh, we got those little pocket windows to do too. I only half thought about those things. Dang it. We're 160 on the removal. So we'll see the doors act a lot different than what the back glass did. So the back glass bubbles up the worst probably because of the defrosters, along with how much sun exposure. It's facing up all day, every day. So your doors only get about half as much if it's sitting outside. Yeah, I upped my removal costs, but I have a soft spot for people that came into my business early. Gave me that chance, man, you know? Plus, like, what's cool about this setup is I made all day available for this one. So this one is just going to be a long removal stream, retint. That's my day today. Ooh, this stuff. If I ordered carbon from your site, how long would it take? They ship out same day. If you order before like 1 o'clock, it goes out same day. Look, we still got lots of glue. So even me taking the time to use the steamer on the door isn't necessarily gonna save me anything right now. Did you find somebody to replace you at the glass shop? No, not yet, actually. I haven't exactly put a lot of effort into looking, but I'm to the point where I need to. I wonder if I even should use the steamer on this. Maybe. Have you had the glass crack with the steamer? No, never. It gradually gets the glass hot and it gradually cools down. The only way you're gonna have it shatter is if you just put a lot of focused heat in one spot and it very rapidly changes. Or if you have like some major glass defect. So on the doors, I'd like to say removing the film is the hardest part, but generally removing the film on the doors is easy. Dang it. That's if you go too fast. So it's not fun. Ooh, that was a bad one. The faster you go, the more shit's usually going to be left behind, the faster the film's going to tear. So we got lots of glue that we're going to have to scrape off. But while we got the steamer running, we might as well keep going. There's some cheap and nasty film. Hence the title. Is the warranty... So, as far as warranties go, like, who knows if they had anything on this one, but he was just selling it. So, guy sold the car, he inherited all the problems, and this came out of state, so, you know, what are you gonna do? Go track down the shop that did it, have them redo it? Maybe. It's just... You know, you got it tinted at one point. This is what it looks like now. It's a fixer-upper. Woo! That's good for you. It's good, solid smells going on here. Sometimes you can get lucky, and one side will peel easier than the other, but probably not here. I'm not really crossing my fingers. Yeah, I wonder if I even need this. It, like, that's clean. That's from the heat. Film's funny. But if it's not at least a little warm, it'll tear. So, It's like damned if I do, damned if I don't. Just put a little bit of warmth on it and try and figure it out. Where did you get the film to cover the doors? This is carpet shield. I need more. I'm gonna run out. I think this might be my last piece. I wanted to get some on the way in, but I had to run an errand this morning, and I'm always running behind. Carpet shield. Yes. Yes, it is. I saw it's also on Amazon, too, so there's that. Can you use a heat gun? Yeah, you can. For the doors, all we're going to be using is some heat and some soapy water. So you definitely can get away with even like a hair dryer for a removal. But on a back window, using a heat gun is just, you can't get the heat everywhere. You'll be sitting there trying to like warm up the outside of the window and then jump back in and try and remove it and whatnot. Hey, look, it looks frosted now. Holy shit. This is why I laugh too. Like, one of the worst things when somebody has a removal is for a customer to say, okay, I'll remove it and then I'll bring it in. Because you know all this is ahead of you. And it's not that somebody can't do it themselves. It's just to the level that you need it clean, there's often going to be, they're not going to have the right tools. They're not going to want to get the right tools. So like lots of glue in all the edges, half-ass removal. Sometimes people do a really good job, but it's pretty rare. You really saved my bacon with some of the tint techniques? Oh, cool. Glad to hear it, man. Oh, the defroster one. Yeah, that's a great one. I learned that from a guy, so I passed that one on. I had the same issue. I didn't know what to do with that, and then they're like, just leave the defrosters on. It actually works. And I was like, oh, shit, really? Sure enough, it did. That's why I really like my Facebook group. There's a lot of good people helping out everybody. So if you have questions that I can't answer, go to the Window Tint Stuff Facebook group. There's a lot of good people there. Pull the panel and the sweeps, or else the awesome will make the tint streak. Oh, we don't use adhesive remover on doors. We use good old razor blades and soapy water. Yeah, it'll gunk up the seals on the sides too. Look at that. Is this a good thumbnail? I almost want to keep this. If they come up in one piece, it's almost good to like keep and just like leave as a display. Matches the car color. I know. That was like the weird silver lining about all this. It's like, well, if you leave it on, it kind of matches the car. And he's like, you know, I thought about that. But then we can't get past the back window, so. Yeah, we steaming. Hopefully we don't kill the battery either. I wonder if this is plotted. It's a pretty, no, probably not. There we go. Ah, dang it. Same thing. Don't act like you never Eat your your tint leftovers? Yes, that's actually what we do. We don't throw them out. That's dinner. It's good eating for a week now. We can make so many stews out of it. What the fuck? Is it gonna be hard tinting a back window on an '03 Saturn Ion? Is that one bubbled? I'm trying to remember. It's been a little bit since I've done an Ion. I'd have to look it up. There's like that year's two-door Stratus is like really bubbled. I don't remember. I don't think the Ion is that bubbled, but I don't remember offhand. We got that root beer fade going. See this piece right here, I'm probably gonna save. I add mine to salad. No, I'm not saving it for dinner. Said that at a weird time. So this is actually a perfect piece to keep as some type of a display. This is what cheap film does. This is what we don't like to install. This is why I don't have a true budget window film. I have less expensive films, but they all have color stable warranties attached to them because I don't want to sell anything that does this. So even though I could save a little bit of money, this, ooh, I like this. I like this a lot. Yeah, we are keeping this. Look at that. And it's got that like nice fade line and stuff. Yeah, buddy, we're gonna keep this. Here, I'll flip it. The moisture's on this side. Aha! Ta-da! Anybody need a pattern? I'll sell it on eBay. Mildly used Honda Civic window tint. Passenger rear door, $150. I could do that, right? Just sell it. It's fine. Just reinstall it. This was cool. There's so many little like opportunities there. Dyed films for suckers. There's some, definitely, but it's not all bad. It's made a lot of improvements. You can get good quality dyed films. The better stuff is always carbon and ceramic, but some people just want tint for the looks. Can you believe that? How much do you charge for removals? Right now they're $200 for the sides and the back, extra for a windshield. And even then, I'm not expecting it to take this long, even at that. So most removals will probably leave some glue behind, but at least peel together. If they flake apart into tiny little flakes, I don't even want to touch it. But this was an OG guy. From the studio. OG customer. But it's okay. I like that I can make the time to do this. That's what I really like. If I had a full schedule after this, I'd be not happy. Not happy at all. Are these broken or are these? Oh, that's how it's shaped. What the heck? Why? Why would it? Huh? Okay, I don't understand. Whatever. Like, look at this. Why is it shaped like this? And then creates like a little tunnel, and then all this shit will collect in here. Aerodynamics. Whoa, that's a big round. leaf catchers. Sounds smart. Wow. I bet for 160 in Detroit you could buy a house. Yep, but are you gonna want to live in that house? Probably not. Get your windows tinted or buy a house. I'd get my windows tinted, 100%. This will also be a fun stream because we actually got a tint around the visors. That's always super fun. He had one over the back window that he removed, so that was nice. What's the weirdest thing that I've tinted? I haven't really tinted anything out of the norm. Mostly cars. I did one architectural job with somebody. And then a handful of boats, I think. Maybe like the miscellaneous odd flat glass piece that came in, but yeah, there hasn't been anything like out of the norm. One of the big mistakes that I had was I tinted the whole roof on a Fiat 500, and it's plexi. And, you know, I heard that they'll bubble up, but I really wanted to kind of know how it'll bubble up. If it was, and I was like, yeah, it should be fine. Maybe. No, did I say it would be fine? I said, I'm not sure if it'll be fine. But I'll do it because it was out of Pontiac, and who cares? So they would have old weird shit for me to do. They would like just bring in nasty cars and whatnot. So it was not out of the norm. And then they were willing to accept whatever fate happened to it. And then a month later it bubbled up. And then they're like, well, you know, I didn't know it'd be that bad. And it's like, bruh. Come on now. All right, so we just need to get, oh no, it's really cut short, huh? Oh, okay, well that's easy. Yeah, don't tint plexi. It will actually bubble up on you, no joke. It off gases and it expands and contracts a lot. As far as I can tell, both those things made it go. Oh, quarters. So I'm curious to see how are you going to remove the VW Golf ones when they inevitably do something like this. That's not going to be a fun day. You can't even touch them. Barely get a squeegee in there. Now a removal. Oof. Everybody's going to roll around with old... The border peels because it's the newest film that's on there. It's all the way tucked to the sides. Is this on? Oh, it is. Just a little bit. That felt nice. Just a little breeze. I work at VW. I removed the pillar cover. Ooh, a VW tech. Question. I'd like you to answer for everybody that's watching. When you remove the pillars, do you have to replace airbag clips or something? Because I have heard from another tech that that is the case. So I have not removed them. But I'm really interested to hear from a VW tech. I don't have to? Whoa. Oh, dang, what was that? Oh, that's my knife. I thought part of my headset just fell apart. Oh boy, we got one more window. The way I do it, I slide out. You know, could you do me a big favor then? Like, I would really appreciate this. Next time you get one, go to my Facebook group, Window Tint Stuff, and post just a small video of doing that. I would really appreciate that. I've heard they needed to be replaced from attack on the Golf, so I would really like to just, if you could take the time to do that, I would be mucho grateful. Because that's one of those topics that get brought up from time to time. I generally just avoid them, because you guys know me. I don't like taking much apart, unless we absolutely have to. So if we have to, we have to. I'm also, because I don't do it very often, I'm not exactly skilled at it. I got it down pretty good after 5 years. Oh, dang. Ow, fuck. Just that little bit. The end. What got me was the quarter window at the end. Oh, you guys got some great comments from time to time. By a guy named Dorito. Are you installing film that can handle the VTech? I don't know. That's probably why this film failed. It just couldn't handle the VTech. Do you even Civic? If you don't pull the pins out right, you would have to, but I got it down pretty good after 5 years. That's good to know. So it takes a certain level of skill. So if you're just like a clumsy tinner and you just like yank it out, you have to replace them. Where did you get your tool belt from? I got it from Sun Distributing, but I don't know if they can sell these or if they still do. This is an Avery Dennison tool belt. They sell it in their vinyl catalog, so you get them from Avery Dennison vinyl distributors. The tint distributors sometimes aren't allowed access to selling the vinyl products, so weird. All right, my hands feel dry and moisturized at the same time. Later today, they're gonna feel great. All right, we gotta scrape some glue now, so that's fun. Sun Distributing has it? Yeah, go get it from them. It's a great tool belt. I guess we can shut off that steamer now too. Good deal. All right, let's continue. How long has it been? It's an hour and 20 minutes. Good stuff. All right, well, we made it through the steamer. Let's see what this glue wants to scrape like. Oh yeah, we shut off the car. And then we gotta retint it. Whoop-de-doo. How can you concentrate and move freely in the car with all that tech on your head? Yeah, how can you do a removal with it? You just do. That's all, you just do it. I do pick and choose some of my battles, though. So I did wonder, I'm like, if this was gonna flake a lot worse than that, I tested the corner, so. I at least had a good idea of what I was getting into before I clicked the go live button, but yeah, it's still not exactly fun. I need the tech to get smaller. There we go. Now we're even. It's a pretty thin layer of glue. Feel your love-hate relationship with tint. So true. How much for the steamer? The steamer's just like it was a $60 one from Walmart. And the wrap is Carpet Shield. God, I sound so professional. What adhesive are you removing? Or are you using Awesome from the dollar store? Do I do this for a living? What soap do you use? Baby shampoo. Dish soap. All right, they're starting to add up. This guy's crazy. He's probably had a few too many signals on his head right now. How do you hear chat? I got robot voice talking in my head. He's nuts. See, you just want to scrape it. So your best friend for removing glue off doors is really as simple as some soapy water. The problem with like adhesive removers and glass cleaners is they will make it sticky, they will turn it into gum. So when you go to scrape it, it just is bleh. It's melting, it's half melting, it's sticking all in the side seals, it's sticking in the bottom. So soapy water gets it to kind of cling to only itself, and then it'll fall off the glass. It's still not fun. Nothing about it is fun. I mean, it's so fun. It's so fun. Everybody loves removals. And then for the sides, you gotta get yourself some type of 9mm knife and scrape at an angle, because you're not gonna be able to get everything with a 1-inch razor blade. If you do, congrats. You've proved me wrong. So you get the majority of it off. We're still gonna razor blade it once before we go to install it too. We're gonna go over it one more quick time, so we'll get the majority off of it. Yeah, because if I had sticky glue all in here, oh, it'd be a nightmare. Wouldn't it create fingers when applying the new film? Well, you only get fingers when you don't shrink a window enough. Is tinning inside preferred? Yeah, for sure. Because the more things that you have to fight with, the worse it gets. So when you're outside, you have the sun, and you have the wind. So the sun will just kind of make it dry much faster. Everything will be sticky, and you'll just be hot and frustrated. And then the wind will blow your film all over the place. So anything you can do to cut down on obstacles, do that. Cool. Oh yeah, we'll keep both of these. So that's one window. The adhesive really isn't too bad to scrape. It's really thin. And these types of seals, like the side ones aren't tight at all. And the bottom one it's a lighter one. Honda, Toyota, Subaru, they all kind of have like easygoing seals. So they're really not bad. The one thing about the razor blades, though, is that as you scrape it over the top and as you get halfway through the window, they'll start to like lose their edge. And then they'll start to like flex a little bit, and you won't get a clean scrape line. Oh yeah, you could use a cheap blade holder, for like a cheap dollar blade holder for removals too, just as long as you have it. Like that Gila kit, they have that cheap ass one with a carbon blade in it that's rusty. Even that would be okay for scraping out the seals, but only on like one car. So you don't have to buy anything expensive to remove it. You really don't have to. It's just removal's a lot of time and patience, and just knowing a couple of things before you go into it. Really, that it's going to take a while. It's not going to be fun unless you enjoy this kind of stuff. And every little bit of glue that gets left behind is another imperfection that's going to be left in the tint. So when you bring it to, if you bring it to a shop to tint it, make them aware that it was at least like removed, so they know to like look for glue, or else they'll sometimes just like you know, you won't see it until after you're already tinted it. Sometimes, because not everybody's going to be super thorough with scraping out all the corners and side seals and stuff. So you have it tinted, and then you'll see like little bits of glue down here, and you'll be like, oh, what the fuck? Rip it off and do it again. Then you don't get your car back as fast. Nobody's happy. Look at that, we can see through it now. We're untinting the frost. Yuck. Yuck, yuck, yuck. Just the big old glue boogers. Ooh. I have that all the time. I work at a dealership. People have inspections, have the film removed, and just do a shit job. Yeah. They might be worried about getting charged for like a glue removal, but for good reason. Yuck. Man, you get like nice clean hands, and then you do a glue removal, and then you're just like, ah, oh, fuck. When I stop tinting windows for like a week, it's like, oh, cool, I have moisture back in my hands again. In the wintertime, it gets really bad here. Everything gets so dry, and you're just using like baby shampoo and dish soap all day. Which sounds really clean, but you're scraping stuff off of windows. Also, these little ceramic stamps, you want to make sure those are scraped out really well too. Does anybody have a solution for the dry hands? Yeah, tell me too. Working hands is a pretty good lotion if you stay on top of using it. But like my thumb, especially, it gets so marred up. Yeah, it's not super fun. Wow. Oh, that's not great. When the glue leaves lines behind that are so thin, they almost look like a scratch. But then you scrape them off. That's just how fine and thin this glue is. I'm just a simple man. I'm a simple man. I just want the Tinka to whisper, cheap ass Gila, in my ear at night. Man, we got some true shit posters in chat. I love you guys. Alcohol and water? Maybe I'll try it. I haven't really thought of alcohol as an adhesive remover, and it's really harsh too. But I'll pick some up. I'll give it a go. See what it's actually like. It doesn't sound fun, but... So especially these seals here, that's like, I can't get my blade at the scraping angle past like, you know, something like that. You miss those corners. You need the blade to scrape those out. Not recommended if it gets onto the trim. Oh, then I'm not going to touch it. Because inevitably some will get on the trim. I might like look into like putting it on a rag and trying to wipe it on, but yeah, that doesn't sound fun. Is the cheap dye film on Tint Depot better than Lexan Carbon? Okay, so in a way, yes. So one, it'll be easier to shrink. Dyed film is always easier to shrink than carbon. Well, at least currently it is. Most carbons shrink a little bit slower. Two, it's going to be clear. So they have like a really inexpensive budget film that I wouldn't recommend putting on your car for anything other than practicing. So they have like a 1-year film. So like after that year, you know, all hands are up in the air on what it's actually going to do. So you wouldn't want to leave something like that on your car long term. Use it for practice and whatever. Use it on your friend's car. Who cares? And the thing about the Lexan Carbon is that it shrinks slower and it's got a haze to it. So when you have sun, when the sun hits the glass, it starts to haze up really bad. And to me, I'd rather have, if I'm going for a cheaper film, I'd rather have something that looks nice and clear rather than something that looks hazy. So that's going to be the main differences. Saw one of your videos when you didn't have glasses, thought it was somebody else. Oh yeah, I used to tint without glasses. I forgot about that. I actually didn't like tinting with glasses because of all the spray. Now I just got used to it. I actually like glasses a lot because they're easy. Contacts drove me crazy. My eyes weren't that bad, but my far vision was not very good. So they said a mild prescription, and I had contacts, and I liked being able to see farther, so that was cool. But I hated putting contacts in, especially early in the morning. They just never take me too long to try and put them in. Cold water in the morning. Or contact solution, and it's just like, I don't have time for this. I gotta go. Flex film? Oh, I just avoid talking about them. I've talked about it a few times, but rechargeable, what? Seat brake? What is that? I tried to read it. Retractable seat broke? No, it still works. Contacts are just eye tint. These ones have tint. I never tried this is my first time trying the prescription glasses that auto tint when you go outside. I like them. They're fun. Guys, what's GME at? I haven't been able to watch it because I've been scraping glue. See these? There's these thin little like lines, so if the razor blade isn't like perfectly flat on it, you gotta go over it. What do you think about Lexan Carbon? You said the haze. That's really the main thing. I think the color's great. I think it's like for the money, it's not bad. It's just a cheap carbon giving you that haze is kind of like a big deal breaker for me. What kind of film offers the best heat rejection? Ceramic. Across the board for everybody, it's always ceramic. So you'll have dyed usually, and then a carbon, and then a ceramic. Whatever a company's ceramic is will always have the best heat rejection in their lineup. Those will vary, but look for ceramic. Cool Max? I haven't tried them. I'm not sure. Crystalline? Crystalline in my, like, I think it's a little overpriced. It's very expensive, and at the end of the day, like, it really, like, ceramics, they absorb heat, or they absorb that infrared, that IR spectrum, so they absorb the heat from the sun. So, I don't really think it does any better than any of the other nano ceramics do, and it's very expensive. So, it's really, 3M's good with branding, and they have a very big name from making Post-it notes and stuff. Solar FX carbon? Yeah, I'm sure it's pretty good. I haven't used it, but Solar FX is a good company. I like GeoShield's carbon, so that's kind of what put me on to using them. I was using Avery, and I was pretty much using, like, this was before I opened the tint studio. I was tinting for other places, and carbon was at this funny point where it was gaining a lot in popularity. Ceramic and carbons were gaining a lot in popularity, and where I felt Avery really was lacking was in a carbon and a ceramic. So they have a dyed carbon hybrid, which doesn't really add much performance. And then they had a ceramic, which I wasn't hearing very good things about. So I was looking into somebody else who had a good carbon film, especially. And that's when Geo, a little bit earlier, came out with their C2 carbon. I think it's really cool branding on the carbon, and they've cut down the haze by half. So very, very little haze on carbon. So they were one of the early companies to get into the whole carbon thing as well. So they're like, when nanocarbons came out, that was the problem. It was just a haze. It was a new technology. They have to make those particles really tiny. The smaller that they are, the better the film's going to look. So they used to have a film called Dark Matter, which was I think my favorite name for window film ever. I really like the name Dark Matter. Not as fond of the name Pro Nano, but C2 makes up for some coolness. I like that name. But it's a legitimate, really good film, or else we wouldn't be using it here. Because, trust me, right? No, look, if I was installing hazy, shitty film, I'd have a lot of upset people. There's no long-term branding there, so, no, we gotta replace that blade. We curved it just a little too much. I used to think 5 years was an eternity. Now 5 years really isn't long at all. God, we're just dropping shit all over the place now. Ever try Expel? Just their PPF for a little bit. I haven't actually looked at their window films. I think they're good, solid company. They're a little bit more locked down though, so. Suntech CXP? I've heard Suntech CXP, I believe, is pretty good. There's a guy that I worked with who had Suntech CXP on his windshield and front doors, had it for quite a few years. And I never heard any complaints from them about it. Ooh, this is cruddy. There's lots of crud up there. I'm working in the outside. That's a funny way to say it. Have you heard of Max Pro? Yeah, unfortunately not a lot of great things. It was one, like, I don't have any long-term relationship with Max Pro. It was just one of those things where whenever somebody brought them up in the group, there was like 5 people going, man, it's shit film, stay away. So, I looked into them a little bit. Like, I had some reps call me. The way that they handle film problems also concerns me a little bit. So, like, if you have a legitimately terrible experience with a window film company, sometimes their way to warranty film is to literally give you more film. And the part that's scary about that is you're fixing a bad problem with a bad problem. NT cutter? I like them too. NT and Alpha, both of them are premium blade brands. Both of them come out of Japan. What's your go-to window film? Maybe this stuff here. I don't know. Maybe that. Nah. Yeah, Geo. Jesus, I think this is the worst one. It all came back to this one. My keg spray is starting to leak because I drop it all the time. Well, don't drop it. They'll take some abuse, but like, come on, it's brass. Brass is soft, so eventually it'll give out. Appreciate your honesty. I try. Like, you know, there were times that I installed cheaper films. I wasn't happy about it, but the shop I was tinting at, they were doing full cars for like $160. So we had to cheap out on film. It was just like, he gave a long warranty though. I don't understand that. It was like he was doing a 4-year warranty, and I thought it's like, ugh, you're gonna have people coming back in 4 years, and it's gonna be a big issue. And every once in a while, it was a big issue. But we were getting film rolls for like, we were getting 60-inch rolls for like $140. And that was like our entry-level film just to get jobs out the door. But if you like scale that up on film costs and whatever, like you lose out a lot on going cheap. But yeah, you know, when I was a wee young tinter, felt like I said earlier, 5 years felt like an eternity to me. So it was like, yeah, who cares? Cheaper film, whatever. Like that'll never be a problem. And then before you know it, it's 5 years later or sooner. And then you're having redos come back. And then that really damages your reputation. Even if you take care of it, it's like, it's not great. Because then people don't really want to bring their cars back in. People really don't want to, you know, and you got to bring it in, you got to drop it off. Yeah, you get it retinted, you feel a little better at the end once it's all taken care of, and you're happy that they took care of it, but you still got to go through all of that. What's the most beneficial way to cut a 60? If you're doing 60s, I'll generally do 36-24. 38-22 is good as well. Most companies are set up for like 36-24s and 40s and 20s. because they need to carry extra boxes too to accommodate 28 or 30, 38, 22, or they'll put like something in the box to help the spacing and just give you a bigger box. Or they'll just throw it back in the 60-inch box, which is super fucking lazy. Oh, that drives me nuts. If you guys order 60-inch rolls of film and they just cut it and throw it back in the 60-inch box, oh God, I hate that. Do most shops retint your cars for free if you have a lifetime warranty? Yes. But every shop could promise you coverage, lifetime warranty or whatever. Just like look at their reviews and talk to them about that beforehand. Just be like, hey, if I have a problem down the road, do you guys take care of it? You want to make sure that they would if something goes wrong. And a clear sign that you could tell that maybe somebody wouldn't is when the pricing is just too cheap. Why am I ignoring your question? I'm not. I'm getting a lot of questions, so I'm trying to talk. I didn't intentionally ignore somebody's. But I caught that one, so at least you know. Yeah, all the comments are read on my head. I just hear chat, so I don't catch everything. I try to, but, you know, shit happens. Here. You ever get clients with ridiculous demands? Not usually. There's some clear red flags that I'm just like, you should avoid this person. That usually is like, I don't want, like, this isn't a bad thing. If you spend half an hour with a customer and you settle on a film or whatever, like that's not a red flag. But there's some that are just like, if they start asking about so many little things about the car, like, and then it gets to the, I've had some where it's like, have you ever driven a BMW before? Do you know how to drive this car? And it's like, yeah, I have. And if I don't know how to drive your car, you should be really suspect if I know how to tint it. So there was a guy with a GTO that refused to give us his keys. And we're like, how are we got to have the keys to tint it. And he's like, oh, I can't trust you guys with the keys. And we're like, well, I guess we can't tint it. And he's like, okay, bye. Cirillo? Hang on. Cirillo. What is your go-to window film? Oh, GeoShield. Yeah, I have answered that. Their little logo pops up in here, too, from time to time. Link in the description. Probably a rental GTO. Yeah, I don't think they rent those, though. How do you stay busy during the off-season? I keep myself... I mean, I got the channel, so I keep myself busy with other things. But when I was just tinting, play video games, work harder in the summertime, enjoy the time off. Because really, the money that you make in the summertime in the busy season needs to offset the lack of money in the wintertime. And it's not that you're not making money in the wintertime, it just can be slower. So prepare for it and then try and be creative with your time. Look into learning other skills and things that might help contribute to your business. That's honestly, that's one reason this channel even exists. You talked about the defroster method on the rear window. Could you explain what you meant? Yeah, for sure. So I actually have a video on the channel that wasn't posted. It was posted like a little while ago, but it's one of the few shorter videos that's been posted. So on Chargers, Challengers, Mustangs, 300s, those are the most notable with thicker defroster lines. And you'll have little air pockets form along the defroster lines. So the only, like a really quick, simple way to fix that is cut out your window, shrink it, get it ready to install, and then before you go to clean the inside of the glass, turn on those rear defrosters, and while you're cleaning it, they heat up in like 30 seconds. So in 30 seconds to a minute, they'll be really hot. And then that will make the tint stick to those defroster lines way better. Like way, way, way better. That's all you need to do. But if you forget to turn on the defrosters before you stick it, and then you turn it on while the tint is sitting wet on the inside, it'll usually make it worse. So before you go to install the tint, just turn on the defrosters. Let them warm up. You are welcome. That has been a major problem, but it's got a really quick solution. Credit to another tinner, though, because I didn't learn that myself. Alrighty, well, we actually have most of the tint removed. We have the tint removed. We're still got to go over this a little bit and make sure that we don't have any teeny tiny little pieces. But it's looking pretty good. What film shrinks the best? I see some here. We gotta fix this. There's some little glue spots there. That's why we let it dry and we go over it. I have, like, my favorite shrinking film was probably Lumar ATC. And then Geo Pro Classic is probably next. Avery NR's a really good shrinking film as well. It's got a couple weird little quirks towards the ends, but it was a very fast shrinking film. Most dyed window films are going to be really fast. Okay, this. So, lots of, you can see here, this looks like glue. It's condensation that gets back on the glass because we used all that steam. Once you kind of let it settle, if you put a bright towel, that can help too, but there's some little stuck glue pieces there. I think down here too. We got to take care of that. It'll be really kind of hard to see if we do or not, but we're going to do our best to go over it and make sure that we got it off. Because that'll stick out like a sore thumb after it's tinted. That's the problem. So if you do a removal yourself, what's a good price for a single cab? Or do they vary? They 100% vary. They vary on film type, they vary on shop, and they vary where you live. Most people will call, well, not most people. There are a lot of people that'll call around and kind of get a rough estimate. But at the end of the day, the difference between one job to another is like $50, and one shop has much better reviews and stuff, then it's like it's worth it to just spend a little extra money knowing that a shop's going to take care of you. And then when you call around, a helpful thing to look for is if they'll spend a little time with you on the phone. You don't necessarily just like want to talk to them, but if you ask them like, hey, how much is it for this car? And then they kind of run through something with you versus just like, oh, this is the price. Thanks for calling. You know what I mean? Like just a little bit more personality behind it. Good signs that they'll take care of you. Because I have run into a couple people that have brought me cars to redo because they got a cheaper job done, and then they're just like, man, I wish I knew beforehand. I saved some money, but the guy, he redid the windows and he just did a bad job. I had this one guy with an Audi A4. He had the whole thing tinted with the windshield. And then the guy didn't know how to remove the brake light on the Audi. So he just hacked around it and it looked really bad. That was really unfortunate. So now it costs money to have it removed and retinted. But, you know, shit happens. You can't know that about everything. So I at least try and give as much info as I can so less people run into it. Where's my... There it is. Any red flags to look for? It's really just about... I mean, you can't even say like a dirty setup because there's lots of good tinters tinting in rough conditions that can put out great work. They tinted at cartoons. Really, it comes down to like what is their review history, and like it's a good sign. A little bit more personable, and lots of personal recommendations. What is the last one? I keep forgetting what was the last one. Yeah, really just a good reputation. Oh, cheap. So try just to avoid cheap. The obvious bad one. Just avoid it altogether. Because even if a more expensive shop does a bad job, which they shouldn't, right? You gave them the money to take care of it. Does that make sense? They're charging more to provide a better service, so they should take care of you. So you got to trust that they'll get it handled. Where is my... We used it. We used the bulldozer. Oh, no, we didn't. This one. This is the one that I'm looking for. Same thing with like a cheap window film company. Like they just don't have the money. If they sell film for next to nothing, then they have no money for customer service. All right, this is looking much better. I think we're good. Because I'm going to put my layer down, and once I do that, we're not going to be able to see it anymore. So we have to trust that our cleaning was good, was very good. What's the best practice film? Check out Tint Depot. Tint Depot has a lot of good films, and they also have some really budget-friendly ones that'll be good to practice with. You want something that's a little bit more user-friendly. You know, we got some glue down here. All right, we should be ready to actually tint this. So we got to get a fresh blade. Fine, I'll eat this turkey sandwich with 3D Doritos. They still make those? I remember those. Well, I watch you tint and not eat the McGriddle. I do have... Thank you for the reminder. I have a cold-ass McGriddle. My wife wanted to... She was like, man, I haven't had a McGriddle in a little while. They were like one of the few foods she could have while she was pregnant. She discovered those. Pancakes were okay. McGriddles are fun interpretations of pancakes, so... they ended up working out. I'm just going to take a couple bites and have a sip of coffee, and then we will tint the rest of this. So, excuse me. I don't often take a lunch break, but every once in a while I do. Eat the damn McGriddle. So, Taking breaks have always been punishment for me when I've been tinning. It's not a good stream food. Does that make sense? So, what's happened is normally days are, like, schedule is pretty full. So there's no tint shops plan much time for you to take any type of break. It's always like, this is this time, this time, this time, like you got cars throughout the day. So when you take a break, you're now literally eating into your tint time. So it makes you lose your workflow too, absolutely. So now you're not only tired when you're like, okay, you've been rushing all morning, then you sit down and you're just like, and then you got to get that momentum back. And then you've just like, I wouldn't know how many cars are coming in a day. So I take a 20-minute break, I come back, and there's 3 more cars on the board, and now I'm behind. And then I'm staying late trying to catch up. And I'm like, fuck. So you just get used to not eating during the day. Just live off of coffee and just power through it. But when you run your own schedule, you actually could schedule a lunch break and get lazy. So how about that? All right, one more bite, and then we'll get going. Trapper's beef jerky. Beef jerky's good. How many vehicles do you normally do in a day? So there's front doors, there's full windshields, and then there's full cars. Those are my most popular things. So an assortment of that would probably be about 5 to 7. So like you get some front doors, you have a couple full windshields, and you have like 3 full cars or something. So that's now. That's slower than I used to be. I don't tint as fast as what I used to. So you can leave food and kind of snack as you go, but as soon as you sit down and take a full break, that's it. All right. So now we're going to be tinting this thing. I guess we should wipe off the outside too. Let's do that first. Let's wipe it off. We got these fun visors. He was nice enough to ask about them beforehand. And I said, don't worry about it. It'll be fine. And it will. Like, we can do these with the visors on there. They're not fun, but this is no fault of his. Towel. This is just like what I would get. Although this is kind of funny. And then when you screw up like a window, that also eats into your time. I always screw up my double coating with the visors like that. Yeah, there's potential there. These ones are definitely like, I usually encounter WeatherTechs with the in channels. These are like some interesting looking ones, but they're stuck to the outside. So as far as installing goes, they're not gonna affect it at all. It's just the cutting. So this is where, if you use a plotter, you don't gotta worry about that. I don't, so I do. So that's fine. So let's turn it on. Look, its little cousin is sitting over there. Dang, look at this. This has a screen on it. The one in there doesn't. I'm curious about the front quarters, though. This one's slightly newer than that one. That one's like an 06, so this is the gen up from that. It's Got the V-Tech, bro. V-Tech. Is this my 20? Yes? Okay. Because this is light. Can I explain my snap shrinking? For sure. It'll be a little bit trickier in something like this because we have the visors. The more space of the window that the visor takes up, the harder it's going to be. But these are really straight seals. Really straight. So it's just like whoosh. So that helps. How long should a full tint job takes? I like to say shoot for 2 hours. 2 to 3 hours. 3 hours being like the top end. I wouldn't want to take longer than that and try and run the business. But when you're newer, don't be hard on yourself for it taking that long. Just know that you're trying to speed up to, a couple hours a car. It's a pretty good sweet spot to be at. You can make a lot of money that way. Look at that bubble. Look at that big old bubble. Legal limits? Well, you can have it with a doctor's note, but without a doctor's note is just the top 4 inches on the front doors and the windshield. And you can go as dark as you want in the back. There's no restrictions on the back. Which is kind of weird to hear about shade restrictions on the back of sedans. Because I get so used to that not being a problem here. So it's weird to drive something out of state and potentially get pulled over. I hope that's wide enough. Eek. Maybe we didn't. I thought we pulled these long enough. Maybe we didn't. It's tough to tell with the visors. What's your floor mat called? Race deck. It's the Race Deck Free Flow 360. Legitimately, that's what it's actually called. I'm surprised that it's staying like that right now. Got that wave going. Okay, so when you're cutting out with visors, you need to get that top of the glass below. So you gotta roll your windows down extra far. So what I'll do is I'll roll it down and then tack it a little bit higher up. And then that mirror's starting to get in the way, but I think we have it. Oh my God, that comes down so far. Maybe we don't. Oh, fuck. We are short. That's even worse. I thought so. So this one, that's wide enough. This other one, we didn't have slid over. God, that far edge, you just can't tell. All right. Well, I have one that'll be okay, but I like cutting them both out, so I don't really want to cut it out on the other side. So I don't know what I'm going to use this for yet, or if I'll ever use it again, but I'm going to just cut out another piece, and then we'll do it again. I have this problem where I either sometimes overshoot on my doors, or I'll undershoot by a ½ inch. It's very hard for me to get sometimes in between. There, that's what we'll do with it. but we just didn't have it pulled over far enough. That edge really cuts back that way. With the way that I cut off that front edge, it's not gonna cover the backs. See, now we're like gonna overcompensate here and waste like 5 inches of tint. They're not tall. They're just long. They're long for a 4-door. Do you charge extra? Nah, it's just part of the gig. Visors, they're like an annoyance, but I don't think it really justifies overcharging on the whole job just because he has some visors on it. It's just part of, it's when you have like an easier car versus a harder car, you still charge there's ones that go far into that spectrum, like a Vet. I would charge more on a Corvette, the harder Corvettes to do. There's always those cars that just go way far into that scale. But if it's just kind of like, you get some that are easy, some that are a little bit more challenging, they all kind of like even out. You're the #1 streamer? Aww. Is that on a tint scale? How much would you charge for a RAM? I charge the same on a RAM as I charge for a car. So $240 for everything without the windshield, and an additional, if you're getting the full truck, I'll do another $130 for the windshield. The I don't want to do it price. I have those. I for sure have those. But like, I got a question about a wagon. It was like an old wagon, and I didn't even give him a I don't want to do it price. I was just like, look, I'm way too busy to try and take something like that on right now, and I'm probably going to have to charge a lot more than I'd like to handle something like that. So thanks for contacting us, but I just, and that's how I finished it. That's how I ended the conversation. I was like, ugh. And he was like, are you okay? And I'm like, I don't think so. Okay, we're trying to get this to like firm up here. We really want this stuck, because if it's not stuck, yeah, there we go. All right, try #2. Was it a classic? Yeah, it was like a classic wagon. It was like some older, I've seen it before. It had so many the whole thing was like a bubbly tube. And then it had these quarters on the back that popped out like a minivan, and it had buttons on the windows, and it was just like, oh, dude, I don't even want anything to do with that. No, thank you. Sorry, not sorry. All right, almost there, like one more. And look, you see what I mean by like 5 inches over now? Okay. Are you a Lions fan? I'm not a football guy. If I was a Lions fan, I'd be real disappointed though. It's always the conversation, are they gonna be good this year? And they never are. I think we were the biggest losers one year, so that's pretty cool. Or there was one season, I don't know, they did decent for a little bit. Much more of like a Red Wings fan. So, like, we grew up, me and my brothers, we grew up, hockey was super popular among us. And we grew up with the Red Wings being, like, a big deal and winning, like, Stanley Cups back to back. So that was a cool time with, like, Yzerman, and the gang. Who was the rest of them? Fuck, why can't I remember? God, I just can't remember. But yeah, we used to play street hockey a lot. And then I got into skateboarding and wanted nothing to do with hockey anymore. Look at that. Look at that distance. So, we're going to play a little game of connect the dots. And, wow, it's a big one. So, this is pretty straightforward. It's just a very long line. So, you just take a straight edge. And like I said, those door seals, they just go straight up. So, you just follow this all the way up. And then look. That's about where we put our blade in right there. So it's perfect, right? Now it looks like a door window. What's the best way to not get dirt particles? Shun them. Just tell them to go away. Practice, technique. People put a lot more emphasis into their cleaning. When really the biggest problem is just the way they're installing. And that is like a lot of subtle little technique. Whoa! Oh, dang. Oh, that was a sad comment after that. Cannon. Mike D. Mike D with $20. My man, how you doing? Thank you. Just because it's been a while? Well, I definitely appreciate it. Put that into the removal fund. I mean, we had 25 euros and 20, so that makes it up to be 200 again. So, there we go. Thank you, guys. Bro, I used to skate too, was going to get sponsored by Vans. Vans is a big company too, but I broke my leg and got my girl Prego. Sounds like the skate life, man. Dang, that sucks. Lunchtime stream. Yeah, man. Thank you all for tuning in. It's fun to do this and talk to you guys. Do you still get spots here or there on your door windows? Absolutely. You'll always be able to find something. Something small that you could point at and go, just a little something there that I wish wasn't there. Happens all the time. We shoot for perfection. We get very close. Some windows I feel like never have anything, but they'll usually be something really teeny tiny. And that's okay, because who else is going to do them better? Like, even when you get your car from the dealership. Even when you get your car from the dealership, like, your paint's all fucked up, and then you got to take it in for paint correction, right? Same thing with window tint. We shoot for perfection. We get damn close. We make our customers happy. But the imperfections is just something that you generally aren't going to notice unless you're really looking for it. But once you see it, you can't really unsee it. I get them in the corners, even though I clean there the most. So, if you tuck your film in really smooth, you're not going to get that. So it's really like, the more you have to fight with something to get it to tuck in, the more dirt it's going to suck back in. So you don't want any arguments with your film. I'm shrinking this one right now before I'm doing the back because I generally will just like leave them sitting on the window. But this visor, is not super fun. Do you have any knowledge on the V-Nano? Yeah, I know a little bit, but I haven't used it in person. It's a more budget-friendly ceramic, 5-year warranty. It just doesn't fit into my model here. Okay, so that's a little better now. So there we go. We're just gonna leave that sitting right there. So this will start to like dry off, and then the film can like curl back and then just fall off the car. So leave it somewhere that's a little bit safer. I may have had a window or two just completely fall on the floor before. Maybe. So being a perfectionist, how do you know that you did as good of a job as you could? Because you only have so much time. That is the one thing that'll get you. So you can spend all day doing one car over and over and over, and you can get it that much better. And what's funny is a lot of the time, when you deliver a car back to a customer, they're just happy to see it. They're just like, whoa, that looks great. And then you know that there was like a little, like, you know, hey, there's a speck back here or something like that, right? Well, they're just ecstatic to see their car tinted. So then they'll just, like, some people will just get in their car and drive off, and you'll be like, why did I put so much effort into that? So I kind of learned that when I was tinting for a high production shop, and that was just they wanted car after car after car, and I'm like, they've got problems with these windows, and they're like, you don't have time. And I'm like, ah. So somebody once told me, no, I'm not going to say that one. Good enough for who it's for. No, I don't like that rule. There's only, like, you do the best you can with the amount of time that you have. So that's all you can do. Do you point out the imperfections to the customers? No, don't do that. It's a bad idea. Because, like, you don't want to sour the job. Like, they picked up a car from a dealership. You could go and point out little scratches all over it and be like, there's a little thing there, there's a little thing here. Dude's happy. That's all that matters. Do as good as you can. If he's happy with the job that you presented in front of him, you did great. You're going to see things that an average person is not necessarily going to see. You will run into people that are very picky, and that's just part of the job. So you want to, not excusing that with a bad job, but if there's always going to be some little imperfection or something, then just do as good as you can. And then keep focusing on improving. I mean, and at the end of the day, they're only paying so much for the job, too. So, like, if you want to give me $1 million and let me spend a couple years tinting your car, maybe we'll get the tint job with nothing in it, but Yeah. I don't see that happening anytime soon. Although you could retire off of one job, right? What you'll also find is if you price yourself up a little bit, it's a really healthy place for a tint shop to be because, one, you can provide great customer service. Two, you can provide a better product. Three, the people that are in that price bracket have other shit to do. So they want a good job, but they're trusting you to deliver that job. So when you show them the job, they're like, cool, looks great. And then they hop in their car and they take off. I've been real disappointed delivering some cars. Put a lot of extra effort into it. And they're like, yeah, it looks great, bye. And you're like, oh. But you know. When you go, like, when you cater to, like, really, really inexpensive, that's when you'll actually run into more problems than you'll realize. Fuck. Cheap customers can be some of the most irritating people I've ever had to deal with. Sorry, not sorry. But you would think that when you tint a car for like $100, they would just like accept whatever you put on there. Ooh, no. You will have people eyeballing the fuck out of it for $100. Why won't you stay? I just need you to stay in place. Too much soap? Maybe a little bit. There we go. Had a place dent my driver's door? Ooh, that sucks. Then I decided to tint my own. That's... Dang. Can't trust any tint shop anymore. There was one shop I was at, and I watched somebody pull in. He had a BMW, and he was getting a quote, and then he backed up. It was a brand new Explorer. Brand new Explorer Sport. So I have that Explorer. So this one hit home for me a little bit. I watched him fucking plow that thing right into the back of it. Just backed it up, wham, dented the back. And then just drove off. And then I was like, I told the sales guys, I was like, yo, this dude just fucking blasted that car. And they're like, oh, okay, that sucks. I'm like, yeah, I have to tint that Explorer. Oh, okay. Well, you gonna fucking tell him? Like, Jesus, assholes. Gonna try and set me up for like a busted bumper? Fuck you. And it's just kind of like the nice thing to do. Like, hey, there's a BMW just fucking peeled out in your brand new Sport. Yikes. Look at that. Look at that long ass straight edge. What happened? I don't know. I tinted it and then I left. I think they talked to him eventually, but I had to like fucking remind him like twice. It's like, oh, well, he dropped off. I'm like, oh, you should fucking call him. Because does he even want me to do it anymore? Type of thing. And then I tinted it, and then that was the end of it. See, when you're mobile tinting for other shops, like you don't really have much interaction with the clients. Shop pulls it in, shop sells the job, writes it up. You sitting back, the most conversation you have is with the car. Which is nice. Because there's a lot of times, you wake up, you're tired in the morning, you don't want to talk to people. Not unless you're like just a morning person. I am not a morning person, but I have to force myself to wake up and become one. What's the difference between 1-ply and 2-ply? The softness. Always use 2-ply. Don't cheap out on the single stuff. Treat yourself. So, most professional films are 1.5 mil, so that usually means like a 2-ply. I don't really know where 1-ply and 2-ply actually came from, other than maybe cheap window films, because I always had just used like, brand window film, and whatever the thickness was is whatever it was. So I kind of learned, I think, about 1-ply, 2-ply later on. But I'm pretty sure that just refers to like if it's a 1 mil or 1.5 mil, so they double up the layer of film. So it's really, the less material, the cheaper that the film can be. So lots of dyed films, lots of cheap dyed films will just be like 1-ply garbage. Or 1 mil. It'll feel like tissue paper. So when you snap shrink, you just heat the bottom edge? Oh yeah, I didn't really talk about it. Yeah, that's what we did. You just, and they're shrunk, they're ready to install. They're good to go. Hang on, what is it? It's 122? We've been doing this for a little while, huh? Oh, wow, okay. What is this? Can you build me a GoPro head mount with extended battery that hooks up to Wi-Fi and send it to my guy in Houston? I can give it to... All right, I gotta talk to Burns about something. Nice. All right, I gotta check GME. I haven't been able to look at this all day. Oh, we're down. Just a little bit, 2.5%. Oh, it's coming back up. Kind of. Oh, interesting. Yeah, it's just kind of another sideways day. Gila is great. The best film. That's why it's everywhere. Yeah, it's 123. We got this at 10. So 10, 11, 12, 1. Are you working your way up to a 24-hour stream? You bet. 24-hour tint stream. Let's go. Yeah, no thank you. How much are you charging? We are 160 for the removal, and then we're 240 to retint it. So if you want to ask me if this is worth the time of like the whole day, no. No, I wouldn't have taken this as just a removal tint job. I looked at it as like also something I could stream and hang out with. So, things have been really busy. So this is also a way for me to kind of just take a break today. It's a removal, but like to chill with you guys and have some fun. I guess, quote unquote fun. Like I don't get to do this that often, so this is good. Good times. We're doing everything but the windshield. Dang it, I forgot. I gotta set up a sink. God, I'm not a plumber. I guess I should probably call one of those, right? So, this is still my rinkety-dink fucking spigot spout. There was a sink here, and then this was hooked up to the hot water, and then they just... Oh, wait, no. I gotta do this one. There's a spider there. Oh, fuck you. So they just cut this off. So I gotta like undo this. I gotta put another water line on here, and I gotta add one of these to here or something, and then I can put a sink in here. And then they cut the drain off. So that's not fun. I don't know about any of that. So I gotta go find a plumber and have him hook me up a sink or something. I have a hard time putting much money into this space. Is this your full-time job? It doesn't seem like it now, but it definitely is. So I got a full day tomorrow. I had 3 full cars, 2 full windshields on Monday. One of them, what was it? We had a full Pro Classic. We had with a windshield. We had a full carbon with the windshield, and then we did another Pro Classic job. It wasn't a bad day. It was a $1,000 day on Monday. That was nice. Okay, fresh razor blades. I'm looking into getting cabinets. So I don't know how much money I want to put into this place because I kind of just jumped into this space. And we're looking into getting a house sometime. I would love to move back into a house and do it. But if I have to keep them separate, the area of the tint studio could move. Like, we'd still be in Michigan, as far as I could know. But, like, we might be a little bit farther out from here. So that's where I'm kind of, like, debating. Because I signed a 2-year lease on this place. So if I only stay half committed to the physical space, that's where I'm like, This is a shrinking to get out wrinkles? Yes. Yes, it's to form it to the glass. Glass is curved, film is flat. Anytime you still have fingers popping up, means you didn't shrink it or curve it quite enough. 18 months or so? Actually, yeah, about that. Because we signed the lease in October. I like the space. I think the space is cool. It's just like location. That's what I'm unsure of. But then before you know it, I'll re-sign a lease for like another 2 or 3 years, and then we'll be here for 5. So should probably just do it. But then I get distracted with other stuff, and then I get busy, and then there we go. There's all my time. I would like to, I think, paint this entire shop white. Just a nice, clean amount of paint. Maybe put some extra lighting up in the ceiling. Just kind of spruce it up a bit. I want to widen out this floor, so a stack is really easy to do that with. And then I'm going to get a big row of cabinets. I'm going to get those and put them along here. So that should be pretty nice. Do you get a fine or a warning for tinting at home? It was just a warning, but it was a pretty stern one. It was like, hey, this is illegal. And I was like, whoa. Because I talked to the city before, and they said you're allowed to do work out of your garage, but I guess it looked too much like a business. I don't know why you would have thought that. I mean, I just had like a $1,700 floor and shit. Okay, maybe. Maybe. Okay, so this visor is dripping. We don't like that. It's illegal to tint at your house? At mine, there's zoning laws. So this depends on where you live. And it depends on how strict your city is. And if you have annoying neighbors or something. Kind of like tint laws. It's like there's the actual law and then there's what they actually enforce. So I don't know. Every city's different. I mean, shit, it could be as much as like they have HOA rules and you're in a subdivision that doesn't want that. So I have no idea. Lots of people do it. I stream it. So I don't know. It just didn't go in my favor. They were jealous. Maybe it was one of you guys. Who knows? Maybe it was local competition. Well, guess what? You win. I'm in a shop now. Well, I don't know. Can't stop, won't stop. Tint. Get him, boys. No? Nobody? Oh, okay. Go for it. Why did the camera change? Probably because it thought I said a particular word that wasn't a particular word. It does that from time to time. So every once in a while, when I rolled my windows up after removal, I would still get like a glue booger. And it's the ones that stick to the seal and then they then start to dry to the glass and then they get rolled up and they don't wash down when you do this. So I try and make it a habit. Oh, where's my shank? I try to make it a habit to kind of run my hand underneath there and make sure none of that happened. So, my shank it's got to be over in my box or something. I don't know. It fell out of my pouch. I'll go grab it real quick. This is kind of what I used to use, like an Easy Reach or something. And these worked great. They're still super handy to tuck film with, but the angle of the shank helps a little bit more. If this stays out of the way on the shank more than, like, because this starts getting, yeah, shank more better. Yeah. See, cops don't like me because I'm doing dark window tint, dark. Probably not. I mean, it is, they do pull people over for it, so there is that. You got me into tinting. I've done 30 cars. Oh, that's awesome. Even if you do it as like a side hobby, side hustle, like you can be really flexible with it. It's cool. Light gap? There ain't no light gap. We were close. This edge is like a little close on this side, but there ain't no light gap, thankfully. All right, so we're trying to save this a little bit more today because we're at the end. Ugh. We're at the end of the roll, so we're using as little as we can. So you could. The only thing I don't like is that water starts to seep under that edge, so when you pull it, you're kind of putting like a wet edge on the door panel again. But this is like a hard, no, it's not a hard plastic. It's a soft one, but it's at least very durable. I thought it was a hard plastic one at first. It's fine, it's fine. No leather to like warp or whatever. Razor. Oh, hey. Right, full razor. You can never be too thorough with a reinstall. All it takes is that little bit of glue. Headlights? No. I just don't have the time. Like, I would only like half learn it, I think. And it wouldn't be like a regular thing here. It would be cool to have them. But if I was to like wrap taillights, then I feel like I should learn how to also wrap hoods and like a handful of other stuff and then add it in as a service, not just do taillights. So I don't. I wonder if I could find a taillight guy, and then if I have him come in and do it. Because I would much rather do that. Five on 5. Oh no. Does somebody go super dark? Got the milk look. It's down to 1%. If you tint, you can wrap. Yeah, that is false. They're different. There's some slight carryovers. I think tinting cars is probably a little harder to learn than vinyl wrapping in certain aspects, but vinyl is a hell of a skill. So with tinting, it's a wet application and you're shrinking the film. With vinyl, you're stretching. So if you're vinyl wrapping, and I think PPF might be an E, but they're still different. So window tint lights, very, very different. It's more like wrap car, wrap lights. Although he's got curious, we did that one boat. Because that's more windows. And boats, I think, might be a bit of an underserved market. To use a stool when you do a visor. I don't have to. I'll step on like the door sill instead of using like a stool or something. Having bench ladders like those would help, if that's what you're talking about. You can hardly see out of 15 in the daytime. No, it's not too bad. I guess it depends on your film. Maybe you have that. Go through the tucking? Okay. How long does it take to understand this trade? It depends on the person. If you put a lot of time into it every day, you'd be able to you could be a pretty decent tinner in like 3 to 6 months, really. You wouldn't, I didn't feel really competent until I was tinning for about like a full year, and even then, like, there's still things that I run into. Dang it, we forgot our stupid shank. Where's the shank? We don't need it. We do, but we don't. Not on these. These aren't bad. So for the bottom, you just want to, for tucking, you want to tuck the corners in first, and then create this little tunnel here. Pick it up from the seal, and then kind of like put some tension this way, and then it'll tighten up the bottom. And then once that thing is all above the seal, unless it does that on you, it'll all just kind of like roll into the seal. Do you need a license? Yeah, you're gonna wanna, as a business, you're gonna want a business license. It's really easy to form an LLC. Same thing like with your selling stuff online, like you need a retail license and stuff like that. Like there's just always paperwork. That's how they get their money. Fill out these forms and pay these fees. There you go. Now you can continue to do the thing that you were already doing. You don't need anything crazy special, though. So this quarter window, I'm not going to be super happy about. So we'll come back. Should we come back? Or should we do it now? No, we'll come back. Legal zoom? Yeah, that's what I used. They're super easy. It's like you can probably do it for cheaper and learn a bunch of stuff and like fill out the proper forms, or you can just pay a fucking company to handle it. It's just, what is your time better off doing? Where you like, are you tinting cars already? Then just keep doing it and it'll pay for itself because you're gonna keep working. I'm awful tired of paying the government. Yeah, aren't we all, but... It is what it is. Wow, that was harsh. All right, did I lose my phone? I think so. GoPro. Did I? Where did I put it? I can only, oh, wow, I'm so blind. Canon. It was right here. Ooh, we spiked! We spiked back up. Look at that, we're coming back up. We're at 177. I'm glad I've been doing removals and not watching this all day. I wonder if they announced something. Powell says that there's no chance of a recession. Oh boy. Can you say a SpongeBob quote? No. Why SpongeBob? Matt and Patrick both used them. Oh yeah, LegalZoom. Yeah, we did. Mm-hmm. I remember. How y'all doing? You guys having fun? What's my battery at? I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm not ready. I forgot about that one. That was one of my favorites. When SpongeBob goes to driving school. You know, I wasn't allowed to watch SpongeBob when I was growing up. My mom thought it was stupid, therefore we were not allowed to watch it. Uh-oh. Are we dead? Oh, shit. I think we dead. There's tons of stocks that people wish they bought way back. Hang on. Canon. Canon. Alright. I gotta dig through my back room. Go, bro. Please tell me. If you were... Did this really? This was charged. Oh, kidding me. Oh my God. Oh, you're so smart. Somebody in chat, did you press the clutch? Oh, you guys. Duh, it's a stick. It's a VTEC. Of course it's not starting. It didn't sound dead, but it sounded, I don't know. We got a little problem here. Ah, oh, fuck. We are dead. All right, hang on. Canon. We definitely left it on for a very long time. I gotta see where this is at. This was charged. It's not charged. Think, think, think. This is good. This is good fun right now. Hang on. Jumper cables. I know jumper cables. My problem is I don't know if I have the jumper cables here. They might be at the house. Problem. Thinking. Owner here, do you need help jumping it? Yeah, I think so. I'm really annoyed with myself because this was charged. This is my little jump box thingy. You don't have jumpers in the car, do you? He's in chat right now. I don't want to call you all the way back here just to jump it. But fuck, man. I'm thinking. Hang on. I'm using that brain. I don't think I got much left. In the trunk? Oh. Oh, really? Whoa. Hang on. Wait, what? You're still in the lobby? So they're jumper cables.
Yeah, they're in the trunk.
Oh, okay. Then I'm good then. Thank God. Yeah, because mine are at the house.
Okay, you're good.
Which doesn't help here. So, okay. Yeah, if there's jumper cables here, I thought my jumper was.
Somewhere
Yes,
in there.
there are. Oh my God. Sweet. Okay, we'll be good. I can jump it. It's turning out well though.
Yeah, it looks amazing.
Just the removal definitely takes time.
Yeah, how bad were the window vents?
They're not tinted yet,
Okay.
so not gonna be super fun, but yeah, I don't know. We'll get it.
Okay.
Alrighty, man. Thanks. All right, we got jumpers. Who doesn't keep cables in the car? I don't keep cables in the car because I'm dumb. Okay? All right, let me pull mine around. Imagine if he's been talking shit. No! We're streaming the whole time anyways. I did think that you got it right a while ago though. Good deal. Right? Good, good. Hey, look at that. This is also why we have more space. Should I have the car on before I jump it or after? Where'd my keys go? Oh, I hung them up. Yeah. Here. Actually, let's do that. That's what we're doing. Yep, that just sounded bad to me. Here we go. Yep, black, red. I know what I'm doing. I just always start from jump boxes. Oh, please no. You can do battery to battery, that's fine. We have power! We have VTEC! We're good! Okay, so GoPro. Alright. So we're gonna leave this sitting for a minute. We're gonna put these over here. We're just gonna leave it running so it has time to charge. which might not smell the best, but that's okay. Power. Yeah, somebody said, now you know that it's really not scripted. Dude, how do you script this? I'm just trying to work. Smells like VTech? Yes. Power. So we're gonna get these tinted real quick here, and then we can turn it off. Are you going to the tint competition? No. No, I'm just gonna try and take a nice vacation. Dude, we last year, oh my god, we really need some type of vacation. Because my wife was pregnant all of summer of last year, and then we had the baby in the winter time, so we didn't really, we had a break, but not really, because you're taking care of a baby. GoPro. Why did it always do that? Sorry. So, we're just gonna try and take a nice vacation this year. And then there was also the lockdown, so, you know, there's that. VTech. Smells good. There's this reviewer, Average Car Reviews. He was super funny. I think he had a bit about VTech. Alright, yeah. I gotta clean up some cables, man. We are dancing over them and tripping. Good, good. At least the tint's turning out nice. I thought you had a battery charger, and then I accidentally ran it over. So I gotta get something else. I actually just threw it out too. I wasn't sure if it was completely broken, but it was making a lot of rattly sounds. So I figured like, it's probably not the best. Look at that though. Had jumper cables. This could have been really bad. Okay. Note to self. Carpet shield. Need more of that. Jumper box. Definitely need one of those. We need to make sure that the little jumper box that we actually have is always charged, because apparently if it's sitting for a couple of weeks, it'll lose its charge. Didn't know that, because it was definitely fully charged. Now it says 0. Yeah, we would have had to make a quick run somewhere to get something. Yay! Should do a challenge where you use the Walmart spatula. The Bondo cards work so much better. You could do so much more with that Bondo card. You could even cut it up. Ooh, what? Stainless steel? Scratches out of glass. I use a stainless steel scrub pad. Ooh, dude, you replace the glass, unfortunately. Yeah, if it's all marred up from a metal scrub pad, it's fucked. There isn't much you can do to get scratches out of windows. Most of them, like, even if you cut it lightly with a knife, polishing glass is really time consuming to try and do. Light scratches, sure, but like, not kidding, the big Bondo cards? Yeah, they do actually. I was surprised, so I went to, in that Walmart video, I had picked up the Bondo cards and a spatula and stuff. I was just looking around, and the material on the Bondo cards is actually really good, and you could cut them down to different shapes and stuff. I wouldn't want to use like a card on the whole thing, but especially on like the sides and stuff. I'd just be a little nervous with maybe some like scratches or something. But yeah, they were like, no, they're great. What kind of steamer? So we got that little guy over there. It's called Steam Fast. It steams fast. I picked it up from Walmart for $60. It works great. Like, so I'll give you a glass scratch story. So there's this tinner. Oh, no. Oh, no. It wasn't from the tinner. It was, oh my God. Dang it. Hang on. Uno. Hang on. Something died. We're not meant to stream this long. It doesn't want us to. I think I have a spare battery for this though, so just chill. Just chill. Then we'll talk about the story. I was right in the middle of a window, so there's only so much I can do. It dies from the fumes. No, then you'd see me just laying on the ground like passed out. Like, oh god. How much is your whole streaming rig? The wireless HDMI is the most expensive. So the GoPro was like $350. The battery was like $20. A couple cables. The head mount was $25, and then the wireless HDMI transmitter is $650. Oh, then the batteries too, and some Velcro. I guess close to 1,000. I wouldn't have this much stuff, but there's reasons for it. People say I'm crazy. I guess if you count headphones too, but that's not really the headset. What about the actual PC? Oh, that's a couple grand. And then, so like if you want to talk about like the whole streaming setup, the little tracking cameras, these little guys, those weren't that expensive. They're like 200 each, I think. The Canon, that guy. This guy was like $5, but then the lens is $650. Have you scratched a client's windows before? Sure. That's how I know. Okay. My gaming rig is nice, the most expensive part of my PC. Yeah, usually the graphics card for sure is very expensive. I have a 980 Ti. When that was new, that was like 800. Now I would like to get at least a 1650 or a 1660 for RTX for encoding. I don't need anything crazy for streaming though, in terms of for graphics cards, because I'm just streaming, I'm not gaming. Build it piece by piece for like 2100. My man, sounds like a good PC. Putting computers together is fun. All right, hang on one second. Okay, I think we're back. I'll sell you a 1660 Ti for ultra cheap. Are you serious? For real? Can you message me on Facebook or shoot me an email? I will so buy that off of you so fast. So RTX has like, they have like an encoder for RTX that works well for streaming. That's the only reason I need it. No cap, it's sitting in whatever you want. Instagram? Yeah, hit me up at Instagram. That works too. Tint Stuff or Detroit Tint Studio. Either one, I'll see it. So hit me up there. Dude, that's awesome. I don't even know what they go for used, but it's just the market is like crazy right now. There we go. We can turn that off for now. Yeah, that'd be sweet. Whatever you want. Guys, what do we pay for it? I don't know. I don't want to like... $150? $200? They go for $4? Oh, I don't know. I don't want to lowball you, but easily $200 for it. I'd probably pay more. I'm a bad negotiator. I sympathize too much. Because I look at it like, what would I want for it? So I just need the RTX. Need that ray tracing. They go for 4. That offers 2,000. Okay, no, come on. It's because the market's really like beat up right now. Graphics cards are so hard to come by. We'll talk about it on Instagram. That's fine. I appreciate it. That's not mine. It's this way. There we go. So we're doing good. We got the roll downs all done. So the actual tint shop itself will go a lot faster. It's really like making sure it's so thoroughly cleaned that when you go to put the tint on there, everything works out well. Okay, so we got that little guy right there. A little sap or something on the outside. Harbor Freight heat gun broke. Mine still works, but I like the Wagner a little bit better. The Harbor Freight, it's sitting right there actually. The Harbor Freight one's pretty good. This I feel like puts out a little bit more heat, where the Harbor Freight one I think puts out a little bit more air. So I get a little closer with this one and I move it a little bit faster. So out of the two, I'd pick this one. But the Harbor Freight one will work super well for you. Watching these installations is really good ASMR. Maybe if I stop talking altogether, I betcha my viewership would go up if I shut up. I just have a good feeling about that. This tint shrinks really good. Yes, it does. Just really smooth. Really efficient. That's what you want to see in a film like this. You've got a soothing voice? That's a lie. That's definitely a lie. I've heard my own voice. I have a hard time listening to it. I don't know how you guys put up with it, but I appreciate you. There's somebody in the audience that is going, yeah, that's true. What window polish have you tried? Not much. There's a guy, Efren, he said he works for Safelite. They get out scratches, but they have to be really light. So probably polishing tech has improved. But man, I saw early on, like, a scratch. Like, I've done this myself, where that's why I have my glass aid. It's because you put a line in the glass before you know it. That line, you could sit there and try and polish it out. It's not coming out. Oh, so back to my little scratch story. Scotch-Brite pads. Don't use the green ones. Don't ever use the green ones. So my older brother, he was learning how to tint, and he was in the middle of a film removal, and then family business. My dad swings by, sees he's having some problems. Look to go get him some extra stuff. So he got him green Scotch-Brite. Oh my God, that window got so fucked up. Don't use green Scotch-Brite on glass. The blue ones that say glass safe are fine, and then the white scrub pads are good. But yeah, be careful out there. The tri-edge ones are great too. I need some, and the green ones are cheap. Yeah, don't use those though. They're cheap to get, but they're expensive problem. Okay, so what do we need? We need this guy. There's my shank. After we did all the doors, I need one of these just to make sure. And then we already got one back there. Where's my... I mean, we already cleaned the glass like really, really well. So I don't think we really need a clay bar at this point. Use the green ones and then tell us how it went. Ooh, that's a good answer. Have you used Scorpion? I have. Briefly. And I don't remember what type of Scorpion it was, but we had to fill in for a guy. And he was using Scorpion, or they were supplying Scorpion. And I have never really had such a hard time trying to get the film to stick down along the bottom edge of a back window. So whatever I used that day, I was not ready for it. But it was just brief. So that was like my only impression of Scorpion at the time. So if you're interested, pick some up and mess with it yourself. There's people that like Scorpion, so. I just try to speak from what I actually did. That's all I use? Yeah, there'll be some people for sure that use it. Have you had that, though? Well, it would have been one of their cheaper films, though. So it just, whatever it was at the time. I had these little fingers pop up at the bottom, and I probably tried to heat them out for about 15 minutes. Should have just stripped it and retinted it. Would I get the blue pad? They should be available on Tint Depot. If not, some of the other tool distributors will have them. But Tint Depot should have a good arrangement of tri-edge products. I've been thinking about getting them myself. I like tri-edge. But yeah, if you want to get something quick, the Scotch-Brite ones, they're good. They're honestly not quite the same though. They're like a little, the blue ones I'd say are a little bit rougher. But they'll still work. Cause like for scrubbing glass, you kind of want something that's pretty fine. So the tri-edge ones are a little bit finer. Plus the pad is nice to have. I thought it was kind of a waste. I was like, you don't need a pad. And then I used it and I was like, oh, this is actually nice. Sweet fucking Jesus. How do you respond to a super chat like that? We got true shit posters. Thank you for the $5 for. Oh, I don't want to miss. I gotta read it again. For stripping. Thanks, man. Do you have the balloon up? I do, but it's losing air. I've had a lot of people wait, and I haven't like put it up very often, so I want to find something else. Something that we could have up there a little bit, like, all the time. Not have to worry about a gigantic explosion in the shop. Was that a Hellcat? Oh, the car sound is a demon. Has a really cool sound. That's what a T-Jet with a $5 for stripping. Thank you. There's those types of jokes that I really appreciate. It's like a true shitpost joke, but when it's meant well. It's a good one. Like, man, Gator had such a good one too. He was doing dollar super chats. And he said something about it being a strip club. Tossing singles like it's a strip club. It's like a fuck you, but thanks, buddy. Install an air horn. Okay, so here's my problem. This is still actually a business. So if somebody's waiting up front, it can't mess with the job. So it's like, what about a fog machine? Well, now I might risk the job. It's got to be something that can turn on and then turn off. Very simple. And it's got to be something that doesn't freak people out. Oh, dang. We are liking this. Wow, this is a little reminder of what we removed. So after all that pain and struggle, Man, that work looks much, much better. All the edges are very clean. There's no miscellaneous glue spots down here. That's what I worry about the most, little flake, little glue spot. We spent a lot of time cleaning it, but well worth it. What a difference. Good deal. Can you use Glassade instead of, or no, can you use 3M instead of Glassade? No. So you could get cheap pinstriping, and then you could use it as like the border. If you just want to use it to see, then absolutely. But it's thin, so you're going to cut right through it. So Glassade is much thicker, so you can actually cut on it without scoring straight through to the glass. That's the purpose. It's not expensive. Actually, 3M fine line tape. No, was it fine line? What's it called? They have like a 3M pinstripe. It'll cost you about $11 a roll. I charge $5 a roll in a 5-pack. So, yes, it's also actually economical. You get about 10 cars with it. So that's the thing. It's like you could find more expensive solutions, but trying to find something that's at least inexpensive too. Because you're throwing it away. You use it, you throw it away. Fine line. That shit is expensive. Yeah, no joke. And it's thin, so it doesn't even do, I mean, it does the purpose of being fine line, but yeah, it's definitely not the same. You can just tell from looking at it. The core on the fine line is like a bigger plastic core, which I kind of wish I had, but okay, so we got these. We got the little front quarters, and then we'll be home free. Not much longer. We're just crossing our fingers that these go well. What percent is the tiny? 20. Tiny. yeah. Now I know it autocorrects. My phone used to do that all the time, but so when I had the channel named Tint Stuff, and then it would autocorrect, it would constantly autocorrect to tiny stuff. I'm like, dang. Why so brutal? Did you mean tiny stuff? No. Stop it. I'm a real boy. They're making fun of me. Yeah, you get like bad comments and then you have your autocorrect on top of it and you're like, dang, the whole world's against you. Whoa! I got my car tinted yesterday, $250 to remove then retint. That is inexpensive. I hope it turned out well though. So if you got a good job, I hope you have good film. I charge you that for the tint. Yes, it did? Okay, good. Keep us updated. We want to know a year from now. What did you get? Or did they just say tint? I'm curious. We could maybe write it down and then be like, hey, I'm that guy. I'm in tears over the real boy comment. That's like an old Family Guy quote. I'm a real boy. You guys that are... Damn, I got mine to number 300. If you have a good job, be happy, though. You didn't get taken. You either get a really good deal at the expense of film, or you get somebody who cheapens out and just doesn't care, or you have somebody that undervalues everything that they do. So which deal did you get? And that's always the question. All right. Not exactly looking forward to this. $300 for Solar Guard Galaxy. Galaxies is a decent film. I've heard of it. It's Solar Guard's 1.5 mil. It's like their only 1.5 mil, so it's a good color stable film. So good job. And if the job turned out good, yeah, you should be happy. Yay! You know what I want to do? I want every time that I say yay for there to be like confetti popping up on the screen. That would be fun. So if you guys remember, we did quarter windows very similar to these on a few different things. The one that gives me nightmares was the Lexus that we had to redo these like 4 times with, but hopefully that won't be the case with this one. Just that corner, man. There we go. It's a boat squeegee. It's the Detroit Boat Tint Studio squeegee. So there's like that slight little like you got a hard edge here, so you just want to get it basically tucked up right in there. And then you have a hard edge on the side, but there's a little bit of a, if you pull that rubber back, you can sneak the film in there. It's just really tricky to get that like on there with no gap. So, and then a lot of dirt collects up in here over the years, because you can't even like wipe this out with a towel, right? Like, so you really just got to flush it a lot and just try and sneak the film in there as best you can. Clean it out with like some corner tools, get all that crud out of there. But yeah, she looks good. We got one more to do, and we got the front little quarters, which will go much quicker, because those are the ones with the borders all the way around them. Much easier. Much, much easier. But on the next gen, I think, they changed it from those quarters to like the gaskety quarters. Super chat. $4. Have you seen the guy do the quarter windows with a wire? No, I haven't. What is that? Is that like, is there a post about it? Put it in the group. I want to see. The wire holds the seal away from the guy. So does he like shove one in there? Ooh. He tucks a wire. Huh. He tucks a wire, and then it frees it up from the seal. Yeah, because having a little thing in there would definitely help. Interesting. And then he's able to, like, does he pull the wire out at the end? Or does it have to, like, stay, but you just can't see it? He'll leave the wire in. Okay. GoPro. Creepy. What you doing up there? Staring. Oh, he's the guy that's got the bottom loading window tinters group. Oh, okay. He'll leave it in there. Interesting. Okay. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. Yeah, I want to look. I know where to go, though, to look. Thank you. That's cool. You never know when you're going to find something like that. Yeah. Yeah, like pulling a soak rope. The only caution would be, like, you go to pull it, and then it yanks the film back out. So I wonder. Oh, somebody asked about water getting on the panel. So I'll usually have this covered. I'm running out of whatever it's called, carpet shield. It doesn't. Most panels are perfectly fine. There's gonna be like a select few that have like stitching and stuff where it could swell up the paneling and whatnot. But keep the switches from getting wet because water could feed down and bust those, but this all just kind of drips down, and if anything, you're cleaning everything. Even detailers, like they'll kind of like spray down and scrub the whole door panel on certain cars. I get seeing it though. Trying to drink and tint? Oh, I can't do that. That is a bad time. It's not fun. It's just like, like I'm not. There's a little burger bar by my dad's shop that we used to go to, and then every once in a while we'd get a couple drinks and then come back. And I tell you, it'll ruin the rest of your day. At least for me, it is not fun. I cannot work like that very easily. Just the rest of the day is like, man, I don't feel like doing this at all. My buddies come over with a 24-pack. If you can turn it into like a thing and just like it's just like a hangout, that's one thing, but when it's actual work, it's like, oh no. At least for me. So, everybody's different. Come on, just give me that little tuck. I love drinking while tinting. It's when I do the best jobs. That's what we call a high-functioning alcoholic. All right, this top corner. Cross your fingers. I think we'll be okay. There we go. Gotta have some fun. I agree. Dang it. We're a little dirty up here. All right, we'll do this one more time. Unfortunately. These corners get old. Does tinning get old? Yeah, in a way. I've said this quite a few times. Like anything kind of gets old. I don't think there's any particular job where I wouldn't, doing the same thing, everything's going to get tedious to some extent. It's like, what can you do with it? So for me, it was really the channel along with it makes it way more fun for me to do. Because I love like the tech side of things, but finding creative things to do with that, like I just like just finding weird creative projects. So that's like one reason we hooked up the balloon, right? That wouldn't have happened if I didn't like messing around with this stuff. The stream wouldn't happen if I didn't like messing around with this. So I happen to tint. Whoa. But I enjoy showing everybody. The community was very like, what is the word, insular? Like there wasn't anybody wanting to show how anything's done. There were still lots of questions being asked, and like that general air was like arrogance. It was just like, if you don't know how to do this, then fuck you. And then they would still like have group discussions and stuff, and it's like, ugh, this is just garbage. How much do you charge for this? Enough. Ah, fuck. No, we did good. Good enough. All right, let's go attempt number 2. This is where that wire would be really helpful. I really do want to find kind of a better solution for this. Because I don't like the way that I do these. I never have. Like I can get them done this way, but it's not consistent. How much money have you spent on film since you started? Oh, I have no idea. Yeah, I honestly have no idea how much I've spent. In a year, a busy tinner for himself, probably close to like 8 to 10K worth of film. Whew. When I started, so I didn't do my own ordering in the beginning. I had a little bit of a different start. So I was at an auto accessories company and they had window tinting, and then they asked if, like, it was my dad's company, so they asked if I wanted to learn how to do it. I was more into electronics and stuff, but I saw very quickly, like, the electronics side of it falling out, the window tinting side of it seemed like a really good opportunity for working there. Still making money and not dwindling anytime soon. So I was going to school at the time and learning how to tint. Okay, cool. That's much better. We had a little dirt cloud in the top corner because it gave us a hard time. And now that is no more. But yeah, like I said, I don't really like the way that I do these. It's too... It works, and I don't get them all that often. But I just want something a little more consistent. Just a little bit. Triple 5. Well, I got quadruple 5. At what point does it stop? I don't want to drive my car until I can't see out the windows at all. Just use my cameras. Is that in like Bird Box or something? Didn't they do that in that one? Just newspaper over the windows. Seems good. I have no cameras. You are in the wrong profession. What you need to do is become a psychic because you can, apparently, you just know the road. You can sense where you're going. Sounds good. Is this a Civic? No, it's a VTEC. Yes, yes it is. Oh man, we're running to the end. Seven hours. I've got another removal next Saturday. Not this Saturday, next Saturday. So the one next Saturday is going to be a 2017 Lincoln Continental, which isn't exactly exciting, but the film is not going to be near as old. So hopefully it's not all old. It's not all purpley or anything. We might get lucky on that removal. Speaking of Bird Box, your Bird Box video is funny. Thanks. Oh, come on. Just cut. Get out of my way. I just need this quarter. Thank you. I really liked that video. That was fun. That was a lot of fun. We tinted successfully blindfolded. It's really not that hard. It is and it's not. Like, we should probably put the feet back a little bit. I mean, it was. Ooh, super chat. What is that? LKB, what's up, buddy? LKB with the 5. Chicken nuggets or chicken tenders? Ooh. I gotta think about that one for a minute. Because chicken nuggets from McDonald's are still great. Chicken tenders are more chickeny. I think I probably have chicken nuggets more often, so we'll say chicken nuggets. Aren't nuggets just smaller tenders? Well, if they're McDonald's ones, are they even chicken? Oh, tendies. Oh, shit. Wendy's? Don't they have like a hard breading on Wendy's chicken nuggets? I didn't make that connection. The tendies, hashtag GME. Well, you got me there. Those are the best tendies. So, fuck. Tendies for sure then. Wendy's nuggets are probably 3D printed. I remember getting them once, and I thought they had really like hard breading on them or something. Maybe it was just me. Oh, you know what are really good? The Chick-fil-A ones. The little Chick-fil-A nuggets are really good too. People have mixed feelings about Chick-fil-A, I hear, but the Chick-fil-A's here, we only have like a couple of Chick-fil-A's, and they are really good. Am I tired? What? Tired? I don't get tired. Yeah, I'm very tired. Oh God, it is filling up. The attendees, hashtag GME. Thank you, TJ. I appreciate that. Oh, what is up with Super Chats now? Just 'cause you're the man. Thank you for the 5. So it lets out air, so it fills up some and it starts leaking. So it has to like go really fast, but GoPro. But don't do that right now. Okay, we gotta clean this one. This is like the last one. We got just a teeny bit of touch up. And then we should be good. This has been a long one. This is why I generally don't take on too many removals. So some removals will go much faster, but this one, it just had that type of film where you knew it was gonna be a little bit much. Why do I get dirt lines on side windows? Usually you could clean them out just a little better, and mostly technique. Okay, I need... Don't flush it out. That sounds backwards. What's my... Not this one. We ran out of scraps, I think. That's this guy. Right here. Whoa! T-Jet with a 5. Oh, Chick-fil-A used to get first pick in chicken instead of McDonald's because McD is the #1 buyer of potatoes. Oh! You know, I heard a thing about... Or I saw a video on Chick-fil-A, and they had a very different approach to growing. They were focused on growing much slower. They were focused on growing much slower. Okay, I'm gonna stop it. I love you guys, but he's waiting. I'm not gonna have it blow up right now. Okay, so this way, right? Chick-fil-A focused on growing so they don't actually they have franchises, but not exactly. They find people that are very dedicated to Chick-fil-A, and they kind of grew out that way. There we go. Yeah, I'm sorry, but if it was an empty shop. We'll figure something out. I don't know what that is yet. I think we're gonna have super chats play on a speaker in here though pretty soon. That was a good idea. Customer is watching him live. Yeah, he's up in the waiting area, so I don't want to I want to have a giant, but he'd probably be okay with it. You never know when it's gonna go off, and it is loud. It is so loud. Okay. So now we got a little bit of cleanup, like just a little bit, and then we should be good. Good God, look at the mess that we made. Just a minefield of wasted old film. Okay, so there's that. We gotta clean out this back a little bit. This is what I was looking for, because this corner. Aha! I think. 2 side swipes. Because okay, cool. All right, let's clean up all these towels. Let's clean up this big mess. Let's wipe all this down. Super chat. T-Jet. T-Jet, you know you can comment without super chats. Oh, he does. $4. Anyone can own a McDonald's, not a CFA. Hashtag values. Yeah, it's just like a money thing. If you get the money for it, you can open up a franchise. Chick-fil-A doesn't allow that. You have to be like dedicated, and then they have interviews and stuff. It's actually pretty crazy to be closing on Sundays, too. The dirt line comes from when I pull down the liner. Okay, so what you can do is also you can flush your windows out a little better after you pull the liner. So when you like swipe out your sides, you install the top half, and if that went well enough, when you roll it up and you pull that liner, you're gonna see me flush out that area again before I pull the tint, and then after I pull the tint. So we just got a little line to push out. But yeah, every once in a while I'll get like a nasty one, but that's as best as I can tell you. I'll put a little bit more effort into like flushing them out. Look at that. So much better. We don't have that root beer color anymore. No bubbly back window. I think we got one little thing to push out on that. Just a couple little guys. What's today? Is today Thursday? Okay, we'll have a stream on Saturday. None tomorrow. Definitely one on Saturday. I don't remember what we're doing, so I gotta check the schedule. But I have somebody that left a deposit for Saturday. I think two deposits for Saturday. I just don't remember what it is. And I think on Monday we got some accords. Yeah, dirt lines definitely suck. It's best to redo it. You can only touch them up so much, and there's so many like little straight speckles. It's not something that you can really hide. How's the family? They're good. My son is getting quite the personality now. He makes lots of sounds. He goes, squeals a lot too. He's cute. My wife can make him laugh like crazy. I can't even hope to make him laugh that much. He looks at me and he's like, yeah, whatever. I can make him laugh though, but he like looks at her for 2 seconds and he's done. Okie dokie. Wow. This headset is really starting to fall down. Towards the end, it always hits this point of like, I feel like the headset is exhausted as well. So let's get these back in. So that's it. She's done. Unless there's something else I want to nitpick really quick, but... Woo. Ta-da! Full removal without the windshield. Start to finish. With visors. Happy day. Tint the sunroof. Nope, we're good. Oh, you see, like, it starts to get exhausted. I think the straps wear out. Is that 15? Close, it's 20. But when you put it on the glass, it's basically 15 at that point. Okie dokie. Wow, this was a long one for sure. Okay, so again, this is as many super chats as it likes to show me. They time out. I gotta figure out something. Okay, so big shout out to Boss, I remember, LKB, T-Jet, Jose. Oh my God, I'm so sorry I missed. Jose with the 5. I like listening to you when a Windows make you angry. Thanks, buddy. I appreciate it. There was a bunch of them towards the end. Sorry I missed that one, but greatly appreciated, man. There's times I've been very frustrated. Still happens. But generally not when I set it up like this. So thank you guys for hanging out. Much appreciate the support. We will be back on Saturday. I don't know exactly when, but we are good to go for today. So I'm going to sign off today. And links to the stuff in the description if you're interested. Tint Depot has a lot of the tools, though. And yeah, I got other stuff to do. So I will see you guys Saturday. Goodbye. Oh, dang. Dang! Sneaking one in at the very end. LKB, here's another. Thank you for the 5, man. Greatly appreciate it. You guys make these things fun. I really, really have a good time. Even with all, like, craziness and the extra work, these are fun. So, goodbye.